Good morning, Twitch chat. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully.
No.
Oh, hey. Yeah, Octavian. I was joined once again by Octavian. No, I wasn't sure. Usually I do an introduction. Today, I don't know. I fell flat on that one. Hopefully everyone's having a great day. There's exciting clips for you today. Some rips, there's some clips, there's some boss kills galore, and some really great live content going on as well. And the latter has seen a bit of a shakeup over the last 48 hours. Maybe not as much in the recent memory, but you know, people are really starting to engage with the endgame content. People are done prepping. Like, there's no time left. There's only 48 hours left until the race is over, so it's do or die for a lot of these players.
And Exile live getting his revenge there on the iceberg map boss. That was one that we saw him have a very unfortunate rip to, with the Blink Arrow clones all getting the LMP and stuff. But yeah, no, I'm super excited. We're ramping into a whole bunch of boss kills. Some more RNG reliant than others. That we'll be getting into that as the broadcast goes on. But there are some players who have been having a rough time collecting some of the needed prerequisites to do these boss fights. But I've got a big old bucket of clips here, and you just let me know if you want me to start throwing them at the screen, BigSil.
Let's go right into it, Octavian. I am excited for this.
Alrighty, we've got I Am Just a Crazy as our first player here coming up on the full screen.
Awesome.
And that looks like the Pagan Bishop of Agony.
Yep.
Not cursing him, which is the correct play, because then he'll do his uses a curse towards the end. I spoke too soon. Used a curse towards the end. When you curse this enemy, he will do a very quick and very damaging Nova ability, and that is precisely what killed our hero here.
Oh my god. Oh no. I think it was no, I think it was vulnerability, so it's on his middle mouse button, so yeah, it's like with attached to duration, I think, and something else.
Yeah, no, that was a self-casted vulnerability. And it looks like he was like tagged by it as he was stepping into the vulnerability ring as well.
I just double dipped on the damage there. I mean, that is that's a lot.
He might have been outside the ring.
It's a lot of damage though. But I mean, look, this Pagan Nova, it hits like an absolute truck. And it's the other thing is, like, the visual clarity on it is kind of non-existent. Like you see a trail after it hits him, like post death, but it's hard to see until like the exit, like you have died. Pop up comes up, like you can see it then, but a little bit too late for, as you said, for our hero there. With 60, you know, just shy of 6,900 life. You guys just got to be aware that this boss, he can one shot if you do trigger any curses onto him, and that includes obviously if you have a cast on a curse on hit ring or something like that. It can really make this boss really tough, really hard.
Yeah, it may well have been a crit as well, because the boss has some power charges there, and those are massively effective on enemies. I think it's like 100% or something per power charge. I'd have to look it up, but it's a lot of crit. Monsters scale super hard off power charges and charges in general. But we've got Pac with the next clip.
No. Hopefully it's a nice clip. And, it's in Harvest. It's not going to be a nice clip. It's in Harvest. Oh, no,
he's stepping out of the Harvest. He's stepping out. He's got some fairly nice gear that he's mousing over there. Is it Legion that gets him? There's a Legion there. Oh, it's Vuln from the Rogue Exile.
Oh my god. That's so fast. That's so fast. Like, I'm going to rewind this for chat here. Oh, good god.
I think it's the Rogue Exile that curses him. I'm actually not sure whether... Is that Aura Green Gate? Yeah. Okay, so she does cast curses. And there's a Fizz Aura... what is it? Tormented Spirit right behind that pack of mobs. So there's Vuln, which is amping the Fizz damage, and then the Aura from the Spirit. So it's getting like double amped.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And then just gets... You know, his block just doesn't proc enough and just gets one... it's not one tap, but like within a second is dead. So that's just... I mean, like, I don't even know how you play that. I guess maybe like you try and kill these mobs, like you try and kill in front of you more, I guess. Like, focus on the exile that isn't dead yet, maybe, but that's not an easy thing to escape, right?
Yeah, I mean, playing a little slower may well have kept him alive, but this is not the kind of situation you expect to be super dangerous, you know?
Yeah.
Like, how many Rogue Exiles do you roll over on your way to 90 whatever? whatever level Pock was here, probably 93 or 4.
Probably all of them.
You
Right?
just demolish them as soon as
Yeah.
you find them. They're generally not a threat, but with the curse changes, that has made a lot of them a lot more dangerous because there's at least a half dozen different rogue exiles that'll throw various curses at you.
That's through Fortify, at least on the end there. Like I mean it's a small shock, small chill, but still it's just enough to take him down to super. I think it's like 3 or 4 separate hits that just do like 3,000 each. Just wasn't able to heal through. Damn. You know, when your block just doesn't work a few times in a row, and that's like the method you're relying to mitigate all this damage, it can be pretty well, detrimental. You're just dead, right? If your block just misses, like, you know, it's still 75% chance, right? There's still 1 in 4 attacks are getting through, which means 1 in 16 times 2 attacks are gonna get through, like in a row, right? So it just happened. It just got RNG'd by his own defenses layers there. Damn shame.
We have Matt Zoris as the next player coming on screen. And this looks like a slinger build, potentially? Yeah, double slinger reservations in the top left. So, Exsanguinate Slinger, which is pretty much the only slinger we've seen as part of the race, and usually as a scion, getting bopped by an influence mob with a Fizz Aura. I think that's Baron influence.
Yeah,
that's definitely Baron influence. Also chunked pretty low at the start of the clip by the Baron projectile spam. This is not a comfortable map that they're running.
No.
Flasks are entirely down just about at the time of the boppening.
the great bopping. Is that just the one auto attack? I'm gonna try and slow this down for half speed here.
The dual wielding mace dudes will sometimes do a spinning attack. It might have been that.
Oh, it's just because it's his reap that comes out just before. That's what I thought killed him. But it is just this big, just a melee attack. Unless they get multiple things that hit on the same frame, but it looks like just one big heavy strike type thing.
And does he get? He does get shocked, so that's a crit.
Yeah, and it's
unless there's element chance on the map, which we don't know for certain that there isn't because we don't see the map odds.
I mean, but let's assume it's a crit because it goes through his 1,000 life on the steel skin as well. By the way.
Yep.
You know, and it does have block up as well, so probably block up. So it's the 25% chance to actually hit. It goes through the steel skin, goes through all 3 flasks. So he has evasion quartz flask, which adds a little bit of dodge, and then some the granite flask. But to be fair, like there's so much elemental damage coming out of the gauntlet these days that I guess it just doesn't matter. Just one tapped. Yeah.
And a lot of Brawn mobs have some Fizz Gain as LA themselves in terms of Fizz Gain as lightning and such on certain abilities. I don't know about on basic attacks though. But live content with Exile doing a Elder Guardian. I think this is a Purifier, and he's onto the second phase of it. I can't imagine it's going to be giving him too much trouble. He's been farming Guardians all day, but we can check in on Exile and see how his progress has been going. He has clambered his way up the ladder really quick once again, and is going to start doing some like endgame bosses later today or tomorrow is I think the plan. At the moment he's gathering fragments from the mini bosses, so to speak, the Guardians.
Correct. I think he sort of plans to engage with the content kind of as soon as possible. Considering there's only 2 days left, there really isn't much more time to prep. It's just getting those fragments so you can get so you can chain your Elder fights, so you can chain your Shaper fights, right? You really don't want to be in the position where you have to run like 10 Elders and you don't have the fragments, right? Or at least, I mean, you don't plan on running 10, but...
Karn got it. Karn got +1 Blade Storms as his helm enchant.
Okay, that's huge.
He was farming lab. He's been farming lab for the past, like, basically the whole day today, in order to try and pick up the pen boot enchant. And obviously, if you see +1 Blade Storms, you're not going to be too sad. You ain't going to leave that on the table. I don't think he has the boot enchant, but hey, he got the hut enchant, so...
I think it's only Karn and Steel on the top of this ladder that haven't ripped. Like, at all.
Yeah.
Right? I mean...
I don't have the top 10 in front of me, but that sounds right.
I'm going to have a look now. I'm pretty sure that's right. I mean, it's at least...
It has been a very deadly gauntlet, that's for sure.
No
and Exile actually getting chunked there by some Molotov throwers. Very scary, even in the end game. They start harassing you at coast, and they never really stop being a threat.
Actually, where is Karn? Actually, Karn is rank 17 overall, but that does include 4, 5, 8 dead characters. So I guess technically in the top 10 alive, and has completed Delve depth 245, and just normal at Ziri. It is level 96, so he has maximized his contribution points for levels, but definitely hasn't done any of the bosses, so maybe just prepping a little bit more. Really wants that boot enchant, I guess, which is a significant DPS boost, but maybe now that you have the helm enchant, maybe you're happy with that, but...
yeah, that's what, like a 20% overall damage increase?
It could
the
be
helm
more.
enchant is insane. Like, you go from 4 to 5, right?
I think it's 3 to 4. So it's even bigger, yeah, so it's a 33... It's technically 33% more Blade Storms.
Let me double check that. I haven't played the build in a while, so I'm...
No, I'm just,
yeah, maximum 3 at a time on the gem, you're correct, so that is insane.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous upgrade.
Huge amount of damage. And
it's a really good hat, too. It's got
yeah.
It's got like tons of life and res, and he unveiled Fizz taking his fire onto it, so it's a very powerful defensive hat.
I mean, like the Blade Storms
Still wants the boot enchant, though.
Probably do more than half your damage on single target. It's also what's really nice about actually, in particular for the way Karn is playing, which is I think the right way to play, is you're probably gonna have 3 Bloodstorms up at a time, and then you swap out of a Sand Stance to have at least one that's blinding the enemy, like non-stop. So it sort of gives you a free Blood Stance chart, an extra one, which is like the vast majority of your DPS. So it's actually pretty important for his build. I mean, not important, but really, really nice. Obviously, it's a lot more significant than a lot of the other enchants that you see on some skills. Like I know Essence Strain has like plus damage and plus cast speed. Sure, those are things that are nice, but really not as impactful as something like +1 Blade Storm.
Yeah, there's always that handful of builds that have the absolutely crushing helm enchants, or even the build-defining ones, as opposed to just a handful of % increased damage. But we do have more clips to get to. I will pull Ventrua up on the screen next. As this looks to be formed fight. We saw Ventrua take down the Twisted with a long and hard-fought battle yesterday. And this is midway through a formed fight. That Minotaur is almost dead, as is Chimera, but the two most threatening enemies, Hydra and Phoenix, are almost at full.
Oh my god.
Loses a lot of health there and then steps into a boulder. That's so unfortunate. Just honestly terrible RNG there.
That's so fast. That's so... I know I keep saying it for all these deaths, but that's like, how do you can't... You just can't prepare for that, right? I mean, we know he was struggling before. Did get a Dying Sun, which is really, really nice. Huge DPS boost, especially just overall, but I don't think you can prevent that. Like, that's just...
Boulder aside, though, I do have to question the positioning running up towards the Phoenix as he was going boom. Like, I don't want to be too harsh on Ventrua here. He's done an amazing job, and better than I could pull off, but...
I mean, it's our job, right? It's our job's to analyze. And he's probably really mad at himself for that, too. Like, he knows his mistake, right? I mean... We might watch this fight we might watch this fight in its entirety later on in the cast, but for now, just devastating news. 8,000 life, by the way. Just damn Ventrua. I really thought, like, I don't know, his past gauntlets have been really good, but he sort of holds himself to a really high standard, as he should. He's an amazing player. So I think he's been a little bit disappointed, and he's probably really unhappy with how that happy with his performance overall, maybe, but unhappy with how that character ended.
I think he did an absolutely excellent job.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the reality is he completed some of the hardest fights in the game, right? He even did half of the formed. He did the Twisted. Like, these things are not for the faint of heart, right? Really, really unbelievable showing.
Next up, we have a clip from Lighty.
Oh my. No. Oh, okay, just Delph.
Was doing a whole bunch of amulet crafting yesterday, and this clip is called Amulet, so I'm assuming it's related to that. I've used my detective skills. He's got some aberrant fossils here, and is purchasing a bunch of resonators from Nico. In case you weren't aware, you can buy those for Azurite from Nico, which is a nice little trick in Solo Self-Found. Can also be useful for getting some currency in Trade League if you sell them in bulk. But probably just going for the +1 gems here and rolling over everyone else, and he gets it with dot multi.
And yeah, that's pretty nice. That's really, really nice, actually. Do up for your blessing? Oh my! I think he's actually he's messaging Ventrua there. I think this is probably before Ventrua was dead. Yeah. Congrats on the amulet, dude. I guess look, Lighty had a very similar amulet on his on the character that did die after doing Uber Zero and all that stuff. So it's nice to see him get back to some the gear level that he had previously. Maybe not as good, but pretty damn close. I'm Exile, actually, in your top left, goes down to about 4,000 life there. Gets chunked by the racecourse boss. Yikes. Content on content on content here, guys.
Yeah, we've seen a few kind of risky
Oh,
looking
okay.
situations for Exile.
Goes down to about
Here or there. Yeah.
goes down to about 1,000 there. Sorry guys, I know I'm popping off here, but that's got the adrenaline pumping there for a quick second. My God.
Perhaps as a result of how quickly and he's been releveling and how rushed he's felt, his character does seem a little squishier than the last few iterations of it, as he's been having trouble with some of this endgame content.
Thing is, he does also have to complete these bosses. He really wants to get these high tier maps, these T16 maps, just in case, or T14 plus, so he can get the Elder Guardians. Right? He's talked about it before, but there's a lot of RNG involved, and we're gonna go into more later on. But you really do have to complete these bosses, right? They really give you access to some of these late game fights.
Mm-hmm. And as well as that, you want to do Maven eventually, and you need to collect 10 ways in order to farm those splinters. It is the safest way to do that. You're not exactly going to be spam running hidden or something.
No, I don't.
But
I don't think so.
We're gonna pull up a clip entitled "Amulet 2."
No, okay, Lighty.
From Lighty.
Get out of here with this nonsense.
We didn't see the crafting process of, but that's another +1 gems amulet. Okay. Sure.
Remove add influence.
Oh, remove non-influence, add influence, and he got cold dot multi.
Didn't he already have? Didn't he have chaos multi on there already? Or am I crazy?
No, this is a different amulet. This is presumably these clips were in backwards order or something. Because he got an amulet with +1 gems and tried to get dot multi on it and hit the wrong dot multi.
And actually had an elusive harvest craft for it too. Like those things are insanely rare. Forget about SSF. In Trade League, you can barely find these things, even with all the Discord groups and everything. Really, really tough.
If I had to guess, I'd imagine that's the only one of those crafts in the Gauntlet, and I think there's been 2 headhunters in the Gauntlet.
Yeah. That's a whole other discussion. But, yeah. I mean, look, the reality is, if anyone's going to get it, it's going to be one of these top guys who enters Harvest, like, over and over and over again. Lighty really, really uses that mechanic to, like... to the fullest, right? He really knows exactly what he needs to get. Granted, RNG is a major factor, but if you're engaging with it over and over and over again, you're rolling that roulette wheel. Hopefully, you can get at least 1 or 2 really important mods that you might use.
We have Stone Cold PoE as the next player to come up on full screen here, though. Let's get a clip rolling. And this is... What is this? This is Act 8 Doedre. This is the Toilet Witch, using Shield Throw and massively stacked with Enfeeble. So his damage is pretty awful at the moment. Not really a fault of the build, though, just a fault of the boss fight. He's going to swap over to, it seems, the Temporal Chains arena, which can be fairly nasty as well. If you have block as a defensive layer, that's not going to matter versus the dot puddles in here. You got to position carefully around those and carefully around the bubbles.
He knows. He's laughing. He knows.
He's so close to getting through the fight, too. That's so frustrating. She's got, like, less than 10% left.
Any Cole would kill her, but that's, yeah. And like, Stone Cold is an amazing player. Do not play this game. Oh, okay. Stone Cold, but, yeah, so when, when you're in chat, if you're really thinking, oh, God, these bosses are so hard, I can't even get through the campaign, look, you're not alone. You have experienced players who have thousands of hours in the game who are top-tier players. Stone Cold's an amazing player at this game, and still... is struggling with this type of content, so don't be too hard on yourself, guys. You know. What's on his middle left click? That's Enduring Cry.
Yeah, Enduring Cry was middle mouse and Steel Skin was left click. But we can't be blamed for Caster Curse for that because that was a clip. We recorded.
we knew going in. We knew going in it was. That
happened before we were live. We have a clip from DS Lily here. Who I think it's a crafting clip, going back to her hideout.
Oh,
here.
Thank God, because I was saying she's already back.
I mean, we have her live, so
I know, but I was thinking like maybe she I don't know, like ripped and she's back in maps. Like this was like early, right after our. Oh,
hey.
Done, easy.
And
I guess now I'm gonna roll it, right?
Yeah, is gonna get started with some harvest farming. I think that's what she's doing at the moment in order to try and roll that for offering effect.
For those unaware, quality does increase the odds of you getting a 6th link, which is why she had, I believe, Hillock crafted it to 30% quality, or using a perfect fossil, and then crafted 18% quality. So, like, even though the mods on that are terrible, it didn't matter as long as there was one I think suffix left for her to be able to craft the quality on it, so she can just 6th link it faster. Yeah.
And this next clip here is from Koshido. And
Well,
appears to be against the Act 9 boss.
Yeah, but
The puddles do have impact damage. This boss is, in my opinion, the most difficult boss in the story.
Yeah.
There's a lot of raid bosses in the Gauntlet story, but this one has a tiny arena, a ton of spam, and even the minions that are summoned between phases can absolutely chunk you to death if you're not careful and get too close to them. There's basically nothing in here that's free.
No.
You know, every single ability has to be dodged out. And the arena gets more and more cluttered as the fight goes on.
The only, again, I hate to call it criticism, but the only sort of comment I would say is like going in there with less than like 3,500, 4,000 life. I know, like, the reality is, like, in Trade League you can probably get away with this, it's fine, but in Gauntlet you probably want to prep and Harbor Bridge a lot more. Like, either get your gear up, maybe you want to get some levels too. I know a lot of people like to farm in the Innocence zone in Act 10, which is by far, it's way better EXP, but yeah, you still have to go through this raid boss to even get there, so maybe, again, I hate to call it criticism, because I don't blame the guy for doing it, right? Maybe it feels rushed. It's like day 7 at the time. And once they push forward, kind of sick of being in Act 9 or 11 in the campaign. But yeah, in hindsight, I probably would have leveled a bit more.
We have a clip from Theory92 next. Let's pull that up on the screen. This is a Toxic Rain build. It looks to be in Act 4. This may be a Doedre death, if it is in fact a rip clip. There's Doedre's arena. I wonder. Is playing around the edges, though. This is the correct way to play. Only try and get DPS in whenever it's perfectly safe to do so, but steps towards the middle of the arena for but a brief moment and finds himself in an early grave as a result.
Shotguns are OP. I think right when he dies, I'm gonna fast forward the clip a bit here. Is in the vulnerability temp chains like overlap as well. I don't look, okay, he was probably dead regardless of the vulnerability, right? I mean, the shotgun probably would have done enough damage, but not being able to move out of the way is what kills him. Because he's slowed, right? You want to typically stay in the enfeeble area, even though your damage is lowered and everything, but that's fine because you can still get the boss down. You're going to die if you stand in the vulnerability, if you hit by anything, and the temp change prevents you from dodging the shotguns in the first place. So it's like this, it's the lesser of three evils in a way, right?
Yeah, and I honestly think like part of the misplay here, if you can call it that, is the self-attacking Toxic Rain. There's an argument to be made that in this Doedre fight, you just place totems and run in circles, and take a 5-minute fight if you have to. You just place totems and run in circles, and do not ever give her an opportunity to hit you.
I think it's hard to break some of these habits, right? I totally agree, and knowing that you're in the Gauntlet, you definitely do play differently. But especially against something like, I don't know, like, I want us to so early on in the campaign, but any time in the campaign, a lot of players have done a lot of these bosses hundreds of times, right? They've leveled hundreds of characters over the course of years, or maybe not even hundreds, maybe just 50 or 60, right? But it's a fight you're very familiar with, and if you just lose yourself for a minute, you're like, oh, I'm just going to fight her like regular, which is obviously a mistake, but something easy to do, right? It's easy to fall into old habits or patterns that maybe you should avoid in the Gauntlet.
The next clip, we're advised we should play with sound, which I'm assuming means that it's not got any DMCA problems. It's already been checked.
Well, turn off our music and hopefully it can pop off. Oh, sorry. Let me.
I turned on the sound on the client, but you may need to turn it on your broadcaster too.
What we're hoping to get for the next Gauntlet is boss mods, so that we make like the regular stuff slightly easier, but the bosses are like you know, you don't want to fight bosses.
Oh my.
So I would love, 400% unique boss life. You know? And it's like, you really need to know your shit. And like...
Okay, Ziz.
5 projections.
That's toxic. That's actually toxic.
We'll see what they'll let us do. But I really want... that. What we're hoping to get for...
I mean, I'd say that's good news for anybody who just wants to push to 90.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes the Gauntlet as a whole more approachable, and you can like farm up, and it lowers the barrier to entry, but competing for those top spots becomes harder. And honestly, I think all invitations become undoable if you have 400% life. I genuinely believe that.
Yeah, you think so?
In the current,
I don't know.
In the current meta, 400% life.
I don't know. I think Steel could do it.
You think Steel could? But that's the thing.
I think Steel could do it.
You're pigeonholed more into like crazy tanky builds, right? Because you know you have to engage with the fight for so long.
Yeah, and guess who plays one crazy tanky build every single league?
Like Steel salivating at the mouth.
And is really, really good at bossing.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, maybe Uberdyne comes back. Maybe he's like, okay, now this is the challenge I needed. It's time for Gauntlet, everybody. Let me show you how it's done. But that would be pretty cool, though.
I think I'm out of clips from the tool, though, but we do have some VODs in the Discord. If you want to start watching some of those, they are VODs of boss fights and such.
Awesome.
Just let me know which player you're going for, and I'll join you, and then we can align our timestamps and stuff.
I think let's just go top to bottom.
So Zakur first?
Correct. Yeah. Won't be a second, chat. Just give me a moment to get these onto the screen here.
And we should be able to start at 0 on this one.
Oh, correct. Yeah, I'm at 2 seconds. I just paused, sorry. And browser. Okay. Transition. There we go. Easy clap. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's not muted. There you go. Muted. Right. Obviously, about to enter the mastermind. You know what? I might fast forward just to the actual fight itself.
Okay, just let me know what timestamp you're at.
I'm just fast forwarding. 2:04 is where I'm at.
Give me a sec. Okay, let me know when you hit play.
3, 2, 1, play. Right. Playing a Bleed Spectral Shield Throw build. We're pretty familiar with this build at this point, but, you know, everyone has their slight different takes on other... really, it's their gear that's very different. We haven't had a look at it just yet, but we did see Steel's take on this build, and it was pretty damn smooth overall.
Mm-hmm. This damage is quite good for a Spectral Shield Throw. This is, presumably, given that it's a boss entry, it is an ILL 83 Katarina. We don't have the tab info on the right side, but if it's in the boss entry list, it'll be I-83. Otherwise, it won't count.
I imagine it was at the beginning of the fight that we just... like the beginning of the clip that we just skipped. But, yeah, no. It's probably just at that point. And, yeah, looking pretty good so far. It hasn't had any sort of close calls, hasn't taken any damage. But that being said, Katarina hasn't really done anything spooky yet. No Flicker Strikes, no Skull Storms... No chain chomp, you know. We've had. Yeah.
This is one of those fights that gets remarkably easier if you hit a certain threshold of DPS, as she's only really willing to do her most dangerous moves maybe once or twice every phase, unless the phase goes on really, really long. She, you know, has a lot of less dangerous ones that she weaves in between. And if you have the DPS to get through the phases quickly enough, you'll often only need to face one of the slams or one of the totem spams per phase. Sometimes you can even skip it. So I actually, I mean, it's a boss submission, so I imagine it'll be fine. But this is one of the cleanest looking Katarinas we've had all league.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of the point I'm driving at.
Oh no, I completely agree. Like even when he's getting hit, like his health is just not moving, right? Like probably has a ton of regen on top of all the other forms of mitigation that Gladiator just inherently has, right? Or that you lean into with block and heal on block and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything too early, though. Maybe there's some really nasty close rips to the midway through the fight, like there. But it has looked really clean other than that.
I mean, if that crits, you're like, I mean, he's dead, right? Like, it's... yeah. Turns out she does a lot of damage.
Yep, don't stand in the swipe.
For those asking, this is Zakur.
Yeah, better to stand in the swipe than to stand in the slam, though, I guess.
No kidding.
And very well dealt with the round of skeletons, spooky skeletons.
No kidding. Like it's looking really smooth. Keeping his blind up, keeping his dots up. I imagine again probably playing Crimson Dance. You know, going in the Steel's footsteps here.
For sure.
Yeah. But yeah, just keeping all his dots up, keeping the blind up, keeping all his ailments. Doesn't have the focus mod that we saw Steel had, but that's more of a luxury than it is a sort of prerequisite or anything like that you need. If I'm honest, there's a lot of other like influence mods I would prefer to see over the focus modifier, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, especially in an SSF environment.
Yeah, well, the focus mod I think is an unveil, but
Yeah, no, yeah,
it
sorry.
is
Yeah, I mean, but Unveil or Influence mods, right? Like,
Oh, I misunderstood them. But yeah, it's not crazy important in these fights where you have a lot more uptime versus the boss. Something like formed. I always want to call it shaped because they're shapers, guardians.
me too, by the way.
But something like formed or twisted, where you're gonna have to spend a lot more time dodging, and the arena's a lot more hectic. Making those fewer attacks that you can get out count for more is more important. There's the teleport slam, very neatly dodged. We've seen a lot of players log that ability for safety's sake, but just timed the dodge beautifully and didn't need to. You want to dodge right at the end of the animation. If you dodge early, she'll just follow you with it, flicker around, and gain more damage and AoE as she does so.
Yeah, I know I'm Exile, if she ever just does the animation, instantly logs, comes back in with his grace period, and always avoids it. And I kind of like that strat, right? But the thing is, you do subject yourself to the chaos that is the log out macro, right? Or like just logging out with escape character select or whatever you want to do. If you do stay in, you're definitely dead.
Yeah, there's always like that 5% chance, you know.
Yeah,
it's like rolling a d20 in D&D. Sometimes you roll the natural 1 and you get the 6-second logout timer, and then you're doomed. I don't know what the equivalent of a natural crit would be in that situation. But I just don't think there is one. I think it's only something you can critically fail.
I mean, I've seen some crazy logouts where people are on like 100 lives swarmed by mobs and somehow they're alive. I guess that's rolling the 20, like
True.
Literally instant. Or maybe failing that, like the mobs just die around you innately, even if you get the 6 second, like because your minions take care of them or something. But yeah, the logout macro is incredibly important for this type of event, but. It can backfire on you, right? So I understand when you only see the one flicker, you're not seeing multiple, that he decides to stay in. And honestly, he's also playing a gladiator versus a on Exile Saboteur, right? Which is just very different, right? You have the block, you rather than relying on something like evasion or dodge. So yeah, congrats to Zakur, awesome, great rendition. Waiting to do bosses until they hit 95, really smart. I think squeak out that little bit of extra character power where you can, and then attempt these endgame fights.
And they are playing a blood magic build and running a single aura. And answer the question in chat, they just had the auras disabled on the bar. It's you can go into the settings and turn off the visual for the auras up in the top of the bar to make the screen a little less cluttered. But when you open the character screen, you can see that Pride was running. I
am gonna skip the next one, which is Son of Less Mastermind, just because it's literally the same build doing the exact same boss. So we're gonna go to Pheno 66 Elder, if that's all right with you.
Sure. I'm at 0 on the YouTube playhead. Let me know when you want to hit play.
3, 2, 1, play. Yeah. Actually, is this the first Elder fight we've seen? Second, I think.
Yeah, I think we saw one live yesterday. Yeah. I forget exactly who it was, though. This looks to be one of the trappers. Yeah, this is just judging by the tool, or the what's what I call it, the toolbar, the skill bar. A seismic Xang trapper.
Yeah, playing on his widescreen monitor, getting that little bit of extra room to see. It does prepare his damage, which is really nice. You typically want to throw out your Exsanguinate traps first. Before you throw down your seismic traps, just because you will overwrite your first trap if you hit your maximum, so you never want to overwrite your seismic traps. Just a pro little tip if you are going to play this build.
And this is some pretty solid damage, a little bit of frame loss, at least on my side. Maybe that's just the recording, though.
Yeah.
I hope that's just the recording. And I mean, more props to this guy if he's been playing through lag to get to this point as well. And this is a very, very thick Saboteur.
Yeah, huge.
8.2k life on a Saboteur is quite an accomplishment, even with Seismic.
I actually don't know. Like, I don't know what he's sacrificing to get that, or his life rolls on everything are just absolutely insane. Maybe he has an insane Elder belt or something, but I really don't know how you sort of hit those kind of numbers.
You pretend to be a Marauder.
I guess
that's what a lot of these passive trees do. They go over to Constitution and then even trek down to the Marauder area.
That's fair. And I guess in Gauntlet, like you just have to sacrifice that damage for the survivability. Like not having like 8k effective life before your forms of mitigation just kind of feels scary for mapping. I mean, look, the bosses can one-shot you probably regardless with their super slams, but it's really in maps that you're gonna need that extra layer of mitigation, which is why we saw Karn, who is not on screen now, convert over to a his Calm's Heart when he got it, right? I mean, he might change back to his 5-link Rage Vortex for bossing, but at least for now, definitely sticking with the extra life, just to get into the later stages of the Gauntlet.
And may not need to swap to the 5-link Rage Vortex either, since he's gotten that Bladestorm Helm enchant that we saw earlier. But as far as this fight goes, the reason we've been kind of veering off commentary from it is it's one of the less dangerous boss fights in the Gauntlet. It can still come out of left field and surprise you with some burst damage, and where it's most likely to do that is in the final phase with the exploding novas of icicles and the occasional fizz novas as well that can, you know, eat themselves out of each corner.
Well, we know we saw Ventura really struggle with this boss yesterday. Just wasn't able to keep the mobs under bay. Just tried to focus down Elder in this final phase, but he was getting the actual packs of these little spitters out of just get out of control. There was dozens and dozens of them, and sure, he had tons of dodge, so he was able to avoid most of them. But Ventura went pretty low yesterday. We're not seeing that problem with Exsanguinate just having insane clear with those chains and everything. So hopefully just able to sort of breeze through this phase and go on to the next. It does get clipped there for about half-life.
This is the dangerous part of the fight, as there's random novas spawning all over the place, and sometimes they can pop right on top of you and hit you with multiple projectiles at once. It's very difficult to reliably avoid the damage spam. There's also, of course, the tentacle slaps. We cannot forget the tentacle slaps.
Oh, how could you forget the tentacle slaps?
Yeah, still makes it through cleanly. Vol Grace doing a lot of work there. Keep him alive during all that spam.
And we do have Zide TV in chat. He was saying if we could actually run through his Elder just to compare the damage. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll do the Shapers after that.
All right. Start at
1333, 34, 1334. I'm at
1334. Give me just a second. Get there. All right.
3.
Tell me when you're ready.
2, 1. Play.
I like all the heist quests in the inventory for luck.
as you do. For those that don't know, if you don't complete the quests, you never turn them in. You do actually can rerun the same one over and over again, as long as there's no other quest for you to pick up. So trying to force which quest actually appears in his maps, which makes a lot of sense, right? It lets you target farm delirium stuff, or lets you farm specific catalyst as well as another really popular one.
If you have a bunch in your inventory and you've tried to put them in your stash and the game says no, they're not necessarily bricked in your inventory. You can drop them in a map, just FYI.
Wait.
That is some rather nice damage, though. Yeah,
is he running
no joke.
Poison? Zai, are you running poison? We have to check out your
yeah, I believe so.
Your gear after this, because I thought you were just playing the generic sort of Exsanguinate Trapper. I didn't notice this at all. That's kind of nuts. Because you didn't even pre-stack any Exsanguinate traps for the boss, just focusing on the Seismic Trap to stack up insane amounts of poisons. But by the way, he is using Exsanguinate Trap. That's just with the MTX, the Transcendent MTX. So yeah.
Poison Space Tentacles. This does seem like the safer version of the build for a fight like this, though.
Yeah,
as
agreed.
He's spending a lot less time spamming out traps.
Well, his damage is maybe quadruple what the other player was. It literally looks like 300 to 400% more damage.
Yeah. On top of that, the playstyle of the poison seismic traps, you can just drop them and run around because you're going to be stacking poisons passively as you try and avoid boss abilities, and you'll still have really good damage uptime while doing so. Whereas the hit-based version of the Trapper is much more required to toss out traps constantly, which I guess will result then in higher regen, but that's not that hard to cap since they made it 2% per trap thrown instead of 1 a number of leagues ago.
I mean, it's just really nice damage uptime as well, right? So even if you can focus more on damage, on dodging, right? It's the same thing with the bleeds or any dot builds. It does allow you generally a lot more freedom of movement of your character, which is invaluable in some of these later boss fights, especially. I can't wait until Zai goes into the formed or the hidden.
The damage seems to be there for those, that's for sure.
It's very exciting content. And Zai, if you are streaming, let us know. We're going to pop you on stream as well, with one of our later on. But yeah, I'm genuinely very impressed. And I'm surprised I haven't checked his gear out before now. Now I'm very curious. Doing everything right, and still at 7,800 life, able to really mitigate, to destroy all these mobs with the AoE from Exsanguinate, keep the boss down, and isn't entering the final phase for Elder Let's see how.
Yep, Valgrace as well.
Let's see what it
Very
does.
powerful tool for this portion of the fight. The addition of Withering Step, I guess, is kind of nice as well for being able to reset elusive and get some more dodge for the spam. It's really just about like hoping you don't get 7 hits from the spam all at once on top of you right away, which would be rather unlucky, but can theoretically happen.
And Zaya mentioning that he will be streaming like a map or two before he does Twisted, Uber, Zira, and the Formed. So he's just prepping all those, gonna smash them out in a row, and I can't wait, my friend. Good luck, Zai.
A couple of nasty hits there from the icicles, but it's enough to be manageable. And he's gonna hop into the bubble and say goodbye to Elder.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, by the way, Zai. Big fan. Yeah, awesome.
No eyeball.
Oh,
sad.
Shame.
Got a Nebulock though. Molten Strike, respect, go.
Yo, I actually loved that build. Okay, we joke, but I loved Nebulock Jug. That was such a fun like time in Path of Exile's history for me. Awesome, Zai. I'm actually gonna. I think if we go to 14 minutes and 3 seconds, he does his Shaper.
Yeah, I have a clip for Shaper. Opening. I'm at 14:03 on the Shaper clip.
Oh, perfect. I'm gonna just open it now. I thought it was maybe in the same instance. I wasn't sure, but here we go.
Let me know.
Yeah, 14:03. 3, 2, 1, play. Shaper was another VOD. Oh, okay. Thanks, Zai.
Ooh. 8K life on this one.
Out of curiosity, Zai, because we have you in check, have you done multiple Elders and Shapers? Have you gotten your Uber Elder fight like prepped yet, or are you still like gonna have to run some Guardians to get some more fragments? Molten Strike Jug, yeah, me too. I miss the days of Molten Strike. I mean, look, and you played at this league, so Octavian. So we'll talk about that later. But I'm very interested to see how well it actually performed.
It went well enough. I mean, I got up to like T16s and did some bossing and hardcore trade with it. I don't think it would ever perform well in this environment, but it was fun.
Fair. I'll take that.
That is some very sick damage there. That is the fastest Shaper Guardian or Shaper mini boss. You can't really call them Guardians. That's a specific thing. Shaper mini boss kill that we've seen.
No. It's I think Zai's damage might be like the highest we've seen of any build so far.
And he's not lacking in terms of HP defensively.
Not at all.
Presumably has some of the other same defensive layers.
Yeah.
I don't see min endurance charges, but that is probably achievable with this build. And there's Fortify from Vigilant Strike. There's Arctic Armor still for some Fizz mitigation while sitting still. There's the Blind from Sabo nodes. So like pretty much all the same defensive layers as the other variants of the build.
I mean, I love min endurance charges, but it is only 8% Fizzmit, right? It's great when stacked with everything else, but if you can't fit it onto your rings because of God knows what Zai has. We're gonna check him out in a bit, but yeah, like I don't know, like his damage is so good. Like, do you even need defense?
Yes.
No, I know.
Let's not get too softcore up there. He's saying in chat that he's got some very significant Fizz take in his LE though.
Yeah,
which does make sense.
Huge.
That's probably what that Shaper chest piece was, because I think that can roll Fizz take and is cold.
You do need defense, Gauntlet. Yeah, no, I'm just memeing, guys. Like, he does have Fortify as well. I imagine on his weapon swap. No, actually on his main, he's probably using a dagger. So, yeah, like he's a pretty tanky boy. 8,000 life with Fortify. He has a focus modifier, which we'll check out. He has Val Grace on top. He also has the Blind Aura effect. He has regen. Really, really cool. Out of curiosity, Zai, I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but again, I'm maybe fanboying just a little bit. Did you think about Siphoning Trap? I know you said you did plan on using it on the Exang build, but on the Poison variant, maybe you just can't fit it in, or is it on like your alt bar? Because I haven't seen you use it yet.
You can watch for the buff up at the top. Oh, the trap's all going off early. That's annoying. Or unless he was meaning to have them go off to get regen stacked before the fight. Did use a lot of seismic charges though.
You used all of them. Yeah.
Who are we watching, by the way? This is Zai TV, who's also in chat at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, ads. Okay. Ads. Is that the auto roll ads, guys?
Probably.
So what we'll do, we'll pause at 17:30. We'll watch some live content and then we'll go back to it if that's all right with you, Octavian.
Sure.
I've paused now. Perfect. I'm gonna start. We've paused. Don't worry. Yeah, we're not going to let anyone miss Zai's content. I'll go back to the main sort of channel. I'll pop our webcams on as well, and then we can we'll go back to that when we can. In about probably I imagine like about 3 minutes, maybe 4. Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, you know what we can do? We can actually check out his gear right now. You know what? I guess no. You know what? They're gonna want to see that too. We're gonna see that too. So we'll
Exile's
wait.
apparently opening a Shaper fight at the moment.
Oh my! So we have live content.
Oh, but it says he's eating.
Eating equals. Oh my!
I don't think he's doing the Shaper fight literally now. I'll leave him in the bottom right corner.
Right. Okay. Karn just doing his rituals. I imagine just for the extra mob density, maybe looking for Horizon Orbs or something like that to make his Guardian farming easier. But actually doesn't even check, so he's just going to check at the end what his rewards he has. I know Lighty, when he was in his final sort of prepping phase for his last character, the one that sadly did rip, he was skipping the vast majority of content in those last sort of moments. Maybe he regrets that now, but he was racing for first. It seemed like Huwu was gonna do all the bosses as well, but they both ripped in I imagine within a few hours of each other. So yeah, I guess like I'm rambling a bit, but it's not surprising to see that he's skipping some content, Karn. At least so far, but maybe he just wants to check his ritual later on. Maybe he wants to see those tier 3 rewards at the end of the map, rather than just checking for like the 1 or 2 currency orbs that he could maybe have already unlocked.
Yep. And we have Garatha on screen as well. Top left, still trucking along with the Cold Data Cultist that we've checked in on a few times here. Has swapped over, I think, to a EB Mind Over Matter setup. So the 5.8k life is being augmented by that energy shield to some degree. Is extremely tanky right now because he's got the invulnerability shrine, but is up into red tier map, so is tanky enough even without literal immunity to have progressed to a decent point in endgame. Has a few days left as well to get to some bosses. We'll see how it performs. I'm still a little worried about the occultist's bossing ability, but the mapping looks real smooth.
The witch ladder actually looks really competitive. I'm so happy we're seeing an occultist, but we're seeing these necromancers just dominate the witch ladder for now, just because of like the block, right? It's just such an incredible form of defense that's so readily available for that ascendancy. So, I hope Garatha does it. Like again, big fan. I'm a fan of a lot of these guys and girls, so that we have on stream. But yeah, hopefully he can sort of just get that boss and build up, maybe get that DPS up a little bit, because even this one map boss. I mean, granted, it is a tanky Roa, but I imagine Shaper Elder and Uber Elder are a little bit tankier than that, so I definitely want to see him just grab those last couple pieces of gear that can maybe push him over the top.
Yeah, it's worrisome. I don't like to rag on a build too much, especially if the goal here is not necessarily to like try and claim rank one witch, but maybe you can just push into the top 3 with a couple of select easier boss kills. Not everyone is trying to make the most powerful build in the entire Gauntlet. Some people want to explore a concept to see how Gauntlet viable it might be, even if it's something that's a bit off meta. I think Garatha had a few rips earlier on some more meta picks, and maybe just wanted a change of pace. And I was in his stream a couple days ago hanging out, and he was talking about how like people were telling him the occultist would die to the first pack of porcupines he found, and well, that hasn't happened. He's killed a lot of porcupines at this point. So it's performed a lot better than folks seem to have expected. I'm just still a doubter when it comes to endgame bossing. Yeah,
and for me, it's not the survivabilities you meant. Like, it is just that DPS output, right? To make these bosses take them down. I think it's probably like easily over 1 million, maybe like 1.5 million to 2 million. But look, that's if you would ask me like a year ago, I would have been like, that's amazing DPS. It's fantastic, but having had all these leagues in the past and with a 40% more monster life on the Gauntlet, it's just going to struggle a little bit, right?
I don't know why Karn is doing a Vol Temple. I'm curious if he's going to do the boss. Vol Temple is, I don't think there's any bounties related to it, so it's not necessary to do. If you're out of other T16s, I could see just clearing the trash in the Vol Temple to get map drops back being perfectly fine, because the actual trash mobs are no more dangerous than your regular map. It's just a big map with a lot of randomly thrown monsters in, like most other maps. But the boss is death incarnate, so we'll see whether Karn decides to go for that.
Actually scarier than a lot of those endgame bosses. Like the Vol Temple boss is just a monster of of a boss just can easily one-shot you. And it's so fast too, right? It just, especially if you roll your map like really hard. I'm sure he hasn't done that, but if you do, like that boss can be nigh unkillable, or just like, or I mean, within 6 portals, nigh unkillable.
Oh, and we've got Exile back to live, and with the Shaper portals up, presumably he'll be heading through to Shaper's Realm soon. We'll be able to compare the DPS between Zai's version of the Seismic Trap build, going for a dot poison-centric route, and I'm Exile, who's been scaling hit and crit damage, and see which one is able to push the higher Shaper single target.
Oh, he's on standard right now. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is... Okay.
So I guess we...
For is on standard, or...
I'm Exile.
Okay.
He's practicing. So what we will do, for those that aren't aware, we did pause the Zai fight, so we'll go back to that, we'll finish that, and by then I'm sure I'm Exile will have the have that content ready for us.
Okie doke. Let me know when you're hitting play.
Alright, just gonna full screen here. Transition over. Alright, in 3, 2, 1, play. Yeah, chat, don't worry, we did pause the content so you wouldn't miss anything. We saw people were getting auto roll ads, so we just immediately swapped over just to live content. We don't want you missing anything. We didn't even cover his gear yet. We're saving all that stuff because I don't know, it's a little surprised. I'm not going to just... Our whole point is to bring you the content of the Gauntlet. These amazing fights, these really cool builds. So don't worry, if we can... I mean, if it's live content, obviously we can't do anything about it, but if we can avoid it, we will do our best.
I'm just glad it wasn't live. That's all.
Me too.
But this is some incredibly solid Shaper DPS. This is better than anyone's damage output that we've seen so far, except maybe, like... Lighty with his really min-maxed Toxic Rain ballistas.
And it's
he was
close.
doing some pretty solid DPS too.
And the thing is, I actually think Zai might squeak him out. Like at least in the beginning of the fight when he like sort of preps his damage, I think his burst damage is much higher. But we'll see about the sustain, right? I mean, this is just Shaper, so we'll see when he gets into the form and stuff.
It's weird to refer to burst damage with a poison build, but yeah, it's an accurate way of putting it. It's a lot of burst dot. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it sort of makes sense.
Well, you can just stack your poisons, like go from 0 to like 100. Well, maybe not 100, but 0 to the quote unquote 100 super quickly. And Ziz ended stream while he was doing this, which is pretty funny. So this must have only been like a couple hours ago actually, then, or yesterday.
Yeah, the boss fights are all coming through fast and thick and strong recently. Ripped again in Weaver, but I'm doing a last character. I believe in you, Oddlog.
I
Squish
really
that spider.
Yeah. It must be getting maybe a little bit easier and easier every time. Like, you're getting used to the sort of mechanics and the strategies, so really cool to see. And good luck, my friend. It's Exsanguinate with the Transcendent... Transcendent? Yeah, Transcendent skin. Like, it's an MTX.
And yes, the big earthquake-looking thing is the seismic traps. The rumbling trap.
Which just, it's so satisfying to throw. Like, again, I keep talking about like these fun buttons to press, like Val DD and Seismic Trap, but they just are. They're just really, I don't know, just so like, it's like shatters or blood explosions. It just makes your character feel like a beast.
Okay, that doesn't feel as bad. Like, the seismics went off like slightly too early again, but it doesn't really matter because Shaper decided to invuln immediately anyways. Be careful of the bullets here. Ooh, breezes past one there. That was close.
Yeah.
I don't think a bullet one-taps him with Wind Dancer up at 8k life,
Probably
but you
not.
don't really want to find out, you know?
No. And like Zai saying he doesn't know the Shaper times. Who does? The guy monologues for hours. It could, like, every Shaper fight, which takes like 20 minutes. It's one of those. It's one of the actual reasons why it remains profitable in at least in software trade, right? Because people just don't want to engage with the boss fight this long.
Is it profitable in software trade?
I
don't play software trades. That's a legitimate question. I'm not trying to just undercut your point.
No, it was. It was
Okay.
pretty profitable. I mean, sure, there's better things to do, but just running Shaper was actually fairly decent. I mean, you have a guaranteed fragment at the end, right, which is worth a fair bit. And then if you hit the, I think in software trade until like recently, if you hit the flask or the,
Ooh. A little
you were profitable.
A little iffy on the projectile dodge there, but does manage to get out of the way of it.
And obviously the base types too, right? If you hit a nice base, then it's really, really nice.
And that is a relatively clean second phase. A little close on a couple bullets here or there, but close only counts in hand shoes and horse grenades.
Here's your Tozy. Hey, Billis. Yeah. No, so I'm a little out of it today, a little bit sleepy. So sorry guys if my my chat isn't up to par as usual, but hopefully the coffee will kick in, and the next hour or two I'll be a little bit more up.
One other nice thing about going the dot route here is any damage over time that you have that's generically scaling dot is going to scale the Exsanguinate's Fizz dot, I suppose. You're probably not scaling it a ton, but it's a bit extra. And then as well as that, you are credited with the kills for any mobs that die to the poisons as opposed to the hits. That means you can use things like Frenzy on kill or Recover on kill or Elusive on kill, what have you. I don't know precisely all the tools that Zai's using in this build, but they're available, and that's nice.
Yeah, look, the reality is near the Shadow Tree anyway, there's a lot of on-kill like life and a lot of on-kill mana and all these different things. Not that his skills will use mana outside of the... well, at least Exsanguinate Traps won't use it, but it is just nice quality of life, right, to be able to take advantage of those things, right? It's not going to make or break his build, but it definitely is just this nice change compared to a lot of other trap builds.
And it certainly doesn't seem like it's lacking at all in terms of single target.
No, not. And Zai TV, I'm not sure you answered before, but did you feel like Siphoning Trap just couldn't fit in the build, or just felt like you didn't need it, you had enough regen and stuff?
All right, the Seismics coming out a little early again. They got overwritten. No, there's one. Okay, there we go.
Oh, an instant.
And Shaper goes invuln anyway. It doesn't matter. He always does this. Does this garbage every time.
I actually feel kind of sorry for Zai. Like, you can see every time he's trying to like wait a little bit longer every time, and then it just didn't matter. Instant invulnerability.
Oh no, okay. Zana is in a little trouble there.
Yep.
A couple of the Flicker boys jumping past his damage and onto her immediately brings her down to half health, but he's able to draw their aggro, honestly, and blind them, which keeps her alive.
And Zai is mentioning he replaced Siphoning Trap with increased duration, Withering Step, and Valgrace. Makes a lot of sense. Just, another defensive layer rather than just the regen. Awesome. Really handling this well. Obviously done this fight a ton of times. His ball management is really good, just keeping them to the outskirts so he has that center area just to really play with and do as he likes. And because his DPS is so high, he's not actually getting hit by too many balls. Unable to sort of kite that one around before it happens. Dodges the slam really, really well, preemptively. And hopefully with this last sort of stationary phase, he can really get the DPS out and finish the fight.
Yeah, just unlucky timing on that that degen spawn, as he did do his due diligence and check the corners before the beginning of the bullet phase, but sometimes it can spawn during the bullet phase, and there's not really much you can do about that. But as you mentioned earlier, the higher DPS of this build is making quick work of this fight, and Shaper is gone just about. Oh nope, he's gonna go one more invuln phase. He's being a jerk.
Yeah.
Zana's dead. Because the bullets from the clone can't actually hit Zana during this phase. She's vulnerable to all sorts of damage. That is nasty. If Shaper chooses to go straight for a bullet hell here, he's not going to have a protective bubble to deal with it.
You have to log at that point and just sort of use your portals as a defensive layer, which is why you really don't want to have to log in this fight until this final phase, right? Which is just significantly harder than the rest, but this should be it.
That's good RNG that Shaper didn't immediately bullet hell, and Zana had time to recover before the actual bullet hell started. Oh, if those abilities had gone off in the reverse orders, I would have been in some trouble.
I actually thought that the fight was over. Like, my mistake, he actually has like one life. God. But congratulations, Zai. Awesome fight, dude. Got the boots as well, which not important for his build, but but still a nice drop overall.
Well done, Zai TV.
Really, really cool.
I think we have a live Shaper attempt now, at least I'm being told by chat.
Alright, let's transition over. Sorry about this, chat. I know I have the black screen there. It should be fixed now.
Okay, yeah, that is in Gauntlet. I can see the league text up on the top corner there. So this is an in Gauntlet event and not standard practice like he was doing earlier.
So we are seeing the other side of the Exsanguinate build, right? We just saw Zai with his poison version, which is, again, the links and gear is different, but the actual main mechanics, you're using Exsanguinate just for the raw, high physical damage. The dot itself, although nice, isn't probably going to be the way you're scaling the DPS. On top of it, the newly buffed Seismic Trap, which just outputs a ton of damage. So let's see which can prevail.
And you can see a pretty significant playstyle difference in how spammy the crit variant is. The damage does look quite good on this as well, though. The Shadow of the Vol gets shredded to bits.
It just depends, right? I think if you're...
He even had elusive on kill, still specced on the tree.
If your crit sort of really works out and you can get some really maybe nice jewels or some really nice gear, crit can just do insane amounts of damage. But I'm just a big fan of dot builds in general. I find like consistency. I really like consistency. So did upgrade his black oil into an opalescent and maybe wants to grab arcane potency just for more damage and more crit uptime. Well, let's
Yeah. It's one of the higher damage anoints on the tree. There's nothing too fancy about it. It's just a big number, big damage. Yes,
I'll take it.
Pretty good though.
Yeah,
especially better. It's a lot better than not having an anoint, which was the situation before.
Well, it could be as much as like maybe 7%, 7.5% more damage. I know a lot of trees it's in that range of 7 to 8% depending on like your crit multi in general. I know traps do get quite a lot of multi, but even just for like the 30% crit should not be scoffed at, right? It is a bit harder to get insane amounts of crit these days without your lucky flask, even though he still does have a diamond flask equipped, but still looking pretty consistent, like probably hovering over 60%, 70% there.
Specced out of the elusive nodes as well into Heartseeker, so actually just picked up like another 60 crit multi by portaling out of the fight and swapping some things around.
And 80 just raw crit as well, right? 30 off the small nodes from Heartseeker, and then the 50 from the small nodes, and then 30 from the arcane potency. So, yeah, that's actually a huge DPS upgrade.
Yeah, and I think this is still with just like a +1 gem spell damage weapon. The DPS looked very solid on the mini bosses and is starting to chip away at Shaper's health here.
Looking really good though, able to sort of keep this boss fight really under control. Again, the first two phases are a bit of a proving ground for this fight. It's really to prep you for that final phase, so if you get used to some of the mechanics. But IMXL should be very familiar with this fight. I mean, the man's literally won the past gauntlet. This is not a fight that should prove any trouble for him. I mean, I say that. I mean, who knows? Crazy things can happen, right? Shaper can get out of control in that third phase, but until then, I'm looking to sort of see just really cool, calm, and collected from him.
Yeah, the final phase with the bullets flying through lasers and Zana potentially dying to Shaper clones is where the real action will happen, as Exile will comfortably trap his way through that first phase.
We did have a question, and while we're in this intermediate phase, we did have a question in chat asking where Ziz is. Ziz finished his stream about 2-3 hours ago, and every day from 10 a.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern, Octavian and I, that's BigSil and Octavian, do news coverage of the Gauntlet, right? We look at the clips, we look at the ladder, we look at the latest boss kills and the live content as well, and hopefully you can learn a thing or two. If you have any suggestions for the cast, please let us know. But yeah, Ziz should be on later today. He won't be taken over immediately after the cast, but should be back in the next 12 hours or so.
And I think is pushing the Templar ladder now.
Correct, on his Hierophant, yeah. Actually, we'll check out his gear too after this. I'll have a little Zion Zizaran gear progression check.
The uncreated shouldn't be a problem, and yep, a couple seismic traps and he melts. Gets uncreated.
No. This
the seismic, or not the seismic, the exsanguinate leaving little splatters all over the arena is kind of unsettling to me.
I really want a black exsanguinate MTX, like for like kind of cosplay Venom from Spider-Man, or just like an ink type thing, and maybe have like I think that would just be really cool. And it does get chunked at really like about half there from the beam. Degens are incredibly scared of this build, right? I mean, obviously all your dodge mitigation stuff like that is mostly for hits, so you really have to like the regen you're getting from your traps is nice, but not gonna carry you through a fight like that.
You do at least have Wind Dancer, assuming you haven't been hit recently. The mitigation from Wind Dancer will apply to degens, but won't fall off because of them, because it only goes away if you're hit. But you take one basic attack from Shaper, or God forbid you take an orb, and suddenly that's down. Oh, he doesn't have Wind Dancer on this build. Okay, well there you go. That would make him significantly weaker to dots. Yes.
Trying to keep that ball on the left at bay. I think it does actually time out. Able to just get dinged by the degen again, but not too scary. Yeah, keeping it at bay. Looking a little bit scarier than the first phase here. But again, still hasn't had too much of a close call. Even with those degens, I mean, even though I'm gasping in surprise, he was still above 5,000 life, I think.
Yeah, yeah. A 3,000 life hit sounds really scary, and honestly is, but would still leave him at 5.8k, or sorry, 4.8k life,
Exactly.
just under 5k. Yeah. Math is hard.
Flip,
It's honestly tough to say who had the higher DPS here. I'm leaning towards Exile. But ZyTV's damage was certainly no slouch.
Well, I think also the big difference here is Zai sadly didn't time his seismic traps off, which were as we saw in the Elder fight, just insane damage because each one of those can like shotgun and hit multiple times, and with poisons, obviously, the more stacks you have, the higher DPS. So I think that was probably just like user error. Oh, and he's also dual wielding apparently.
Yeah, I think he typically uses a shield while clearing, but just. This is a fight where you're relying on your mechanics and your ability as a player to avoid most of the damage anyways, so it does make some sense to go dual wield to get the fight finished faster.
Oh no, he has a shield apparently. Okay, I think it was it was on his maybe his weapon swap or something like that. And this is
baited.
This is really the fight you want to be aware of. Like Shaper Clone can just pull some crazy shenanigans, put you in a really tough spot. For those unaware, though, during the previous phase we were running through, you do want to get through there quickly because Shaper does heal in that phase.
And Exile got some pretty good ordering here, actually. An early invuln is kind of annoying for a trapper because often you try and set up your damage and it will cost you some of that DPS. But at the very least, Shaper did decide to go into bullet hell immediately after summoning his clone, which then vanishes the clone. And the clone is on a set timer regardless. So it's not going to come back until, well, just about now, and it's choosing to do some basic attacks, which is the safest thing that it can do. So he's actually gotten some really good RNG with the clones.
His damage is kind of insane as well. I think we're only seeing how many balls on the ground? Maybe this is the third or the fourth? Really great play, able to bait out the degens outside of the bubble and pop back in within like the second and a half before it actually starts the bullet hell phase.
Yeah, that was a very clean... Or this has been very clean. It's not quite done yet. Oh, a little close to the wire on that flame dash, but he's okay.
He's all right.
He makes it out.
Awesome, great to see.
Gets a portal scroll. Holy.
Well, you know what though? I'd rather have get a portal scroll than nothing. And he only has 29, so it's literally like a 3% increase in his total scrolls. So pretty big deal.
It was a very well played fight and a very clean one as well. Did get some pretty good RNG on the clones, but I don't say that to like try and undercut his skill. That was really well positioned, really well played.
I know we have a couple other clips or other boss kills. We can watch them later on in the gauntlet, but I would really like to review some gear.
Sure.
We've been talking to Zai for the last hour, so maybe we'll bring up his gear. First, here we go. I'm just gonna type in Zai. Yeah, he ranked 7 overall, by the way. 104 points. Has completed Elder, Mastermind, Shaper, Adziri, and Delve Depth 200. So we can get up to one more point in Delve Depth. And then obviously has the big boss fights. Uber Adziri, Awakener, Maven, and the Twisted and the Formed. But let's have a look at his gear. He does actually use a Cold Iron Point, which is really nice. And actually has a really nice enchant on it. So actually the quality increases the attack speed rather than the physical damage, which obviously he's not actually attacking with his Cold Iron Point, so the increased attack speed just makes things like his Vigilant Strike just come out a little bit faster, which is really cool. And actually a 24% quality on it as well, so it gets the full 3%. So some pretty neat min-maxing there. Pretty damn cool. Is using Despair as well for that increased physical damage taken and chaos increased damage from overtime effects.
That's a nice amulet. He's got a +1 gems dot multi-amulet with a really good life roll and a bit of move speed, which is not really something you aim for, but is a nice bonus.
I'll take it, yeah.
Certainly nothing wrong with that. As well as that, he mentioned in chat earlier that a lot of his Fizz mitigation is coming from Fizz taking his Ellie, and you can see that between the helmet and the chest piece. He's got 13% of Fizz taking his cold in the chest and 10% of Fizz's lightning on the helmet. And I believe is both freeze and shock immune, so taking the Fizz as Ellie is not that dangerous in terms of ailments because he's got ways to deal with that.
Yeah.
His Exsanguinate is in a trap support pair of Shaper gloves, so a pseudo 5-link there, and then the Seismic is the big hitter as far as the single target and is where most of that single target damage is coming from, I imagine, and is in the 6-link in the chest piece.
Huge. Just just crazy damage. And also does, by the way, have so a neat little bit of tech. We saw that Steel Mage is doing the same thing. Does have the focus modifier on the helmet as well. So when this before he applies the seismic trap ailments, he can throw down this like focus, throw them all down, and then his seismic traps just chunk for so much damage, which is significantly more than his Exsanguinates, which is just a really nice little bonus, right?
We have live content though.
Oh,
Exile is
let's
apparently setting up to do a formed fight.
TY
I
chat.
don't think he's in it just yet, but he's checking through some of his uniques, potentially
Or is it-
swapping to the max res shield that he was just looking at. I don't know.
Or is it on standard maybe practicing?
No, I think that's his character on Trade
looks like
Link.
it, yeah.
It's the same number of portal scrolls in his inventory,
Oh,
so
well,
it's
that-
probably the one in Trade Link. Or in not Trade Link. You know what I meant.
Yeah, in the gauntlet. I love
Gauntlet.
I love that's the metric we're using now. Like, oh, okay, it's the same amount of portal scrolls. It's fine. I love that. That's actually a thing. That's actually.
I mean, there's other hints too. Just kind
No,
of
I know, but hey,
alluding to it.
whatever works. It's not gauntlet. There's no way he has the same amount of portals in standard as he does in the gauntlet.
I mean, I guess it could, but
What kind
I
of min max
doubt it.
trolling is this?
he also had those 4 quest things in his inventory, like when we saw
Yeah.
him after Shaper, like the 4 heist quests. I'm pretty sure this is.
I'm gonna pop the ladder over Lily just so we can maybe check his gear quickly. Where is he? He must be in the top 20, right? Yeah, he is here at number 27. His name is Ventura. He doesn't have a cold iron point. This I know this skin looks a lot like it, but it actually isn't cold iron point. It only has the +1 physical and then crit multi and chance for critical strike chance for spells. So really, actually, I mean, it's not look. It's a great dagger, but I think he really wishes he had that cold iron point.
Yeah, it would outperform it, but that's not a terrible weapon.
No, I wouldn't take.
It's good enough.
Yeah, I look, and his shield is +1 physical. He doesn't have +1 gem level on his amulet, so pretty upset he rolled over that warlord. But he is about to go Super Saiyan over here, so let's see what happens.
He got a +1 Fizz Gem shield as well, so he's making up some of the difference for gem scaling that he would have in his main hand there.
I mean,
crafted it on a fractured spell damage.
I mean, still missing out +3 levels, right? 1 from the amulet and then 2 from cold iron point. I mean, granted, his dagger does bring a lot to the table. It does bring multi and other stuff. He's not losing a ton of damage, but I think the amulet kind of hurts because he did vendor his warlord's amulet yesterday. Not happy about that. Yeah,
and
it's
for
not too
those of you
far off.
wondering,
Yeah.
for those of you wondering why he's headbutting an orb right now, when you use Chain Hook onto Hydrosphere, you gain rage for each time you hit it. I am not 100% certain what the rage is useful for here. I guess just Berserk as a defensive layer, because the attack speed innate to rage is not going to be too terribly relevant.
No, it's nice for your fortify effect, but that's just about it. I think it's just to get that bit of damage and movement speed too as well.
True, it does have passive move speed. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's something of a benefit, even if it's minor, and you can do it for free, essentially, so why not?
I think that's exactly the reason, right? It's just like, okay, well, for at least the first beginning of the fight, I can maybe get that little bit of move speed out, attack speed out to get my first fortified check in, and then go from there. All 4 bosses active at once. However, 2 of them really, though, his damage is looking way better than Ventura's was. Does log, I agree with it. Like, the second you see a crazy Hydra spam, you just want to get out of there.
You can see he's a little disappointed with needing to log, but I do agree with the log there as well. The mods from Maven seem to be heal and twin, and I didn't see the third one, but heal and twin are already pretty nasty. Walks into some proj spam.
Logs. Yeah.
There's a boom there. Oh,
that's okay.
Oh god.
It's okay.
Quarter second later on that log, and he's dead.
Yep. And thank God he doesn't stay in.
That was so close.
You do have 60 seconds of immunity in these fights. I mean, Maven still can heal the bosses during this, but you know what? It's better to just let some of these attacks, like the falling rocks, all these things, just go to 0 and then start again. But yeah.
BigSil, there was a Minotaur slam to the left and a Hydra explosion, not a Hydra, a Phoenix explosion to the right. He was caught between rocks and a hot place, and he got out with no time to spare.
To be fair, I didn't realize the slam was just on his left. That's nuts then. Oh my god.
It was really freaking close, man. That was death.
Yeah, that was... we're gonna have to rewatch the fight after this, maybe. Just have to have a look at that.
No, the Minotaur's almost dead, I think. Or I saw a low health bar. Yeah, Minotaur's down to about a third. It's hard to keep track. The fight is pretty hectic. Hydra's the ones that's twinned. That's like worse.
The worst case scenario, yeah.
I think the Hydra twin just went away though. I think the clone just expired. Yeah, it got a set of shots off and then expired, but he has to log again.
It was flasks were down. Didn't have anything left.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
I'm not.
It's a good log.
Full clenched, by the way. I am very uncomfortable. Oh my god.
Oh,
please,
no.
Please exile. For the love of God.
He's got good damage for this, but it's just... It's such a... I want to use a word that I shouldn't say on stream.
I know.
There's a bleed hitting from Chimera. He cleanses that off as the swipe lands. That is what got Ziz earlier in Chimera's map as the splitting proj goes right past him.
Oh my god.
He's freaking Neo, man.
Yeah, no, his movement's been unbelievable this past. I think he has killed 2 of the bosses now, or just at least one of them. Oh!
No! He couldn't keep getting away with it. In the end, he didn't.
Was that a crit or something? I think it was 0 to 100 to 0.
We'll have to watch it back. I'm sure we'll get a clip.
Oh my! Actually, I'd like to. You know, even just the VOD, I can rewind and fast forward then, like see the whole fight. But yeah, it was 2 hours. It was from the fork. Yeah. He's understandably very visibly upset. I don't blame him. I'd be pretty upset too. I'm upset. I am upset, to be fair. Not just like I am.
Yeah.
I am mad.
A little farther to the right or left, and that fork doesn't land, and maybe he gets through the fight. He was so close to cleaning up the Minotaur, and I think even the Phoenix was low. Those were the first 2 that spawned, and they were both below a third HP.
Damn.
Just cleaning up one of them makes the arena so much easier to deal with.
Well, I think that's. I guess that kind of spells a little bit of an end for our friend in this gauntlet here.
Oh, and I guess we can rewatch the clip here because Garatha has it up. So we'll watch Garatha watch the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Since we don't have it in the tool just yet, give us just a minute yet. And yeah, there's a splitting shot that flies right wide past him, and I think Hydra is twinned again here. It's hard to keep track. No, Hydra isn't twinned. She just joins into the arena immediately. Okay, so it wasn't a twinned. It was the real Hydra, so to speak. But yeah, that's caught between 2 sets of forking volleys.
That's just brutal. And there's nothing you can. I mean, I want to go back and see if his fortify was up, but like it might have saved him, but it's tough to say.
And this very same thing was essentially this close to him like 30 seconds before in his dodge roll. And he high rolled instead of low rolled on dodge, so he lived.
So fortify was down? Yeah, okay. Oh my. I just opened up a little can of Red Bull. I need a little bit of a pick-me-up, but damn, that is really upsetting. I was kind of pulling for him. Exile, really wanted him to come through. He is practicing on, I guess, Dan just wants to see if he could do it.
Yeah, he's doing an Uber Elder fight in standard with the build.
Or on a practice league. Actually, on a practice league. So, like, just doesn't want to stop playing. Just wants to see if he could do the fight on a very similar character. But now that the tension's gone, it is different, right? Like, the second you're in a practice league or you're on standard, like nerves play a big role, whether people like to admit it or not, right? I think it's when this much money is on the line and you got like a couple bosses left, your heart's beating out of your chest. You know, it's easy after the come down after ripping, be like, oh, okay, I could have easily done Uber Other, but who knows, man? But I will say this though, his Shaper fight looked buttery smooth.
Oh yeah, the build was performing extremely well, but there is no making form to look easy in Gauntlet.
I mean,
I would maybe as the meta evolves and people get more, informed and educated on these fights, and maybe next Gauntlet, if things don't change significantly, there'll be somebody who just makes form look easy peasy. But I think this Gauntlet, it's not going to be an easy hurdle to clear for any build.
Having spoken to a lot of these top racers over the course of the last week, a lot of them said the formed might be the hardest fight out of all of them. Look, Uber in Syria might not be doable for some builds just because of the mechanics involved in the fight. But as far as like technical skill and like how you have to prepare for the fight, like formed might be the hardest.
And in answer to the question in chat, there has been a formed kill, at least one. Steel brought it down with the shield throw glad.
Yeah. So Steel's looking poised to kind of maybe take it. I don't want to I don't want to curse anybody or anything like this, but if his phone fight was any indication of what's to come, I think Steel might have it.
Mm-hmm. And Lighty brought it down on his previously dead character.
True.
Though if he wants to maximize his points and get the maximum total on his reroll, he will have to do it again.
Yeah. So again, he did on his first character, but I'm just talking about the currently competing characters, the ones that are alive.
And there was a death announcement in the global chat, but I don't recognize the name. It's kind of hard to read with the smaller text. Maybe we'll get a clip if it was streamed. If it wasn't streaming or recording, though, as you know, you don't have to stream or record to be part of the gauntlet, then we might just not have a clip. Apologies if we don't. Do we want to watch Ventrua's Shaper attempts next, or do we want to stay on live?
No, let's over to some recorded content. I need to know someone completed something safely. Oh, I guess. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's I wouldn't mind seeing Fino's Shaper kill actually, because we do know sure. Ventura ripped, right? So there's a little bit of a downplaying it, right? A little bit.
Sure. It looks like this is another Seismic Exsanguinate Trapper, though I'm not sure if it's hit or poison.
You know, well, then I guess you know what? Let's just go to stick to live content for now.
We can watch this one, whichever.
I'm full screening it. We're full screening it. We're gonna watch some live. Okay. We're gonna watch the Fino kill.
Let me know when you hit play.
3, 2, 1, play. The person that just died was the rank 1 Marauder playing. Wait, did Lala Gate just rip?
Was that Lala?
No,
I can look it up in the ladder in the background.
Please do.
Someone's saying no in chat, though.
It wasn't Lala, thank God. Oh, okay. Oh, Lala Gate's ranked 2. Just because they're also playing Shield Crest, so... I mean, General's Cry, Shield Crest, but still. Whew. You had me scared there, guys. My God.
Yeah, the name was Just rolls off the tongue, and it was a Shield Crush Zerker.
A classic classic name. I think, jokes aside, I think you did really well actually reading that. Like that. No. That's kind of fun. I needed to pick me up. That's really nice because I was kind of upset at I really wanted it to be the 2-time. I mean, like obviously I want Karn to win too. There's a lot of players I want who I want to win this race, but that it just sucks to see like that go like that. I mean, it's better but I will say it's better to see him die in the formed than it is to just like die to a DC or some nonsense, right? At least he went out like trying to blast the content on day 8, right?
Yeah, got to do the end game bossing and stuff, and we saw some previous kind of heartbreaking mapping rips from Exile. So I don't know. In hindsight, it's easy to say, but that is a preferable rip, I guess. It looked painful in the moment, though. It looked pretty darn painful in the moment.
I'm Exile just died. Drunken driver. But either way, it's again, it's arguably the hardest fight in the gauntlet. So I guess you can't be too mad. But I am a little surprised maybe he didn't do some of the other fights like Maven or Cyrus, but maybe just wasn't prepped for them. Maybe just only had the hidden and the formed, and maybe wanted the Uncharted Realm passives before moving on, right? So
yeah, I still went the same route where he went for formed as like I think his second big endgame boss. Like I think he did Elder and then formed, or maybe Katarina then formed, like one of the relatively minor ones, and then just straight to formed.
Oh, it was SSS111. Yeah, so that is a regular to the gauntlet. I didn't know the character name, but that account is a top tier racer.
What, you don't recognize 15 ends and then...
Yeah, I'm sorry. My mistake, Octavian.
How could you?
I am, you know me, I do study the ladder every minute of every day, but sadly just couldn't remember.
I have his poster on my wall.
I only knew the NNN when there was 14 ends, but the 15th end just really threw me off.
He's changed, man. He's changed. But it is a shame of a rip, because this Shield Crush Zerker is pretty darn well geared. Has a 21 Shield Crush gem, as well as a plus physical gems amulet, which I think is enough gem level scaling to push Shield Crush to have higher scaling based off of armor. And also has a almost 2800 armor shield, a chest piece with gain onslaught for 6 seconds when hit, which is a really weird mod that doesn't see a lot of play, but is pretty nice. Cannot be frozen boots, like T1 res rolls just all over the darn place. Really nice gear. And we keep seeing really well geared berserkers die. So I'm a little worried for Lalagate, who has some pretty nice gear at this point too.
I mean, it's a bit different though, right? I mean, the second you play General's Cry, like I think you can be a lot greedier with your defenses on tree. I mean, look, I know that Lalagate took Aspect of Carnage, which obviously reduces like the effective life pool by about 11% or something like that. But yeah, I think they're gonna be fine. I really expect Lalagate to like actually pop off and maybe win the entire Marauder thing, but. Again, I am biased. I always like the sort of the different builds, right? I mean, I know Exsanguinate Traps is super popular this league, but it is just a build we've only seen in 3.15. It's new to the overall meta and new to the Gauntlet meta too. So, I don't know. I've really enjoyed the diversity and the content we've seen so far in the Gauntlet. I think it's been really refreshing compared to seeing a lot of slams and a lot of sort of the similar builds. Because even anything in the southern part of the tree last Gauntlet was just doing slams because it was so easy to get going. Even some Rangers we actually saw do slams, right? Because it was just so efficient to do, which, look, it's not a bad thing, right? If someone's going to play a strong build, power to you. The Gauntlet's incredibly hard. I don't blame people for playing the meta. Like, that's what I do. But it's nice to not feel forced or pigeonholed into one or two specific builds.
The Marauder tree is actually really cool. I think the Marauder tree is a little microcosm of the much more varied meta we've had this Gauntlet as compared to previous ones, where like the top of the ladder is there's 2 Zerkers, a Chieftain, and Juggernaut, and then a Chieftain in the top 5. So every single ascendancy is represented, and no ascendancy has more than 2 representatives. And even within that, you've got Self-Attack Shield Crush, which sadly just ripped, but is still in rank 1 technically. The Jonas Crush, Shield Crush, War Chief totems, and then Mystery Juggernaut, whose profile is private, and I can't tell what they're playing.
It could be Hoag.
Mystery Juggernaut.
It could be Hoag.
It could be.
I mean, there's not a lot of builds that you would roll Juggernaut with, right? Especially in Gauntlet. So I suspect it's Hoag, but I'd love to be surprised.
And then rank 6, just outside the top 5, is Fire Trap.
Are you kidding right now?
Yep, Fire Trap Chieftain. That's rank 6.
Okay, dude.
Marauder.
I mean, if it's Molten Strike Jug, I'm gonna lose my mind. And then I have a new favorite to win the race as well.
And dot scaling Fire Trap. He's got a +1 Fire Gems dot multi weapon. That's pretty darn nice.
And Zai, you are not alone. We're seeing with pre-trapping Shaper wrong. Fino did the exact same thing. Wasted all of these. Oh, okay.
Oh, walks into a bullet.
I know. I think he was just walking out into the degen the whole time. Like,
I think you can see a chunk taken from his health
I'm actually gonna rewind a little bit. I'm just curious.
Okay.
I'm at 628, 630. Is that no? That's not enough, is it? Okay.
No, I think I'm gonna go back to let's go back to the 610. Yeah. Play from there. Let me know.
Okay. Go.
Okay.
There we go. I think he just walks into the he's just walking along the beam. There was a sneaky little guy in the back too, though.
You can't see it because the laser takes priority over the bullets. It will hide them.
That's fun, interesting, engaging mechanics. Well, I mean, we joke, but it is. Look, it's been in the game for a long time, but Shaper's spooky. But I think it is one of the better made boss fights. I know, maybe now it's too long of maybe players don't love that there's 2 sort of slower phases, just maybe just one phase into the end phase, and maybe don't have those those mini bosses in the beginning. But it is from it's from a Path of Exile past, right? I'm sort of happy that they're keeping the integrity of a lot of these bosses, like Aziri, like Shaper. Even though some people might say they're a little bit tedious, they don't want to do all these things. It is nice that they sort of stand by these boss fights in their design, which is really, really cool.
And I gotta say, up until this league, Shaper and Uberelder were probably my favorite boss fights in the game. But this league, they added Olroth, who's amazing. So I think Olroth has edged Shaper out. My favorite boss fights are probably Uber Elder and Olroth now.
I
I really wish that Olroth were like one of the Gauntlet bounty targets or
Yeah.
something, but I can see why it's not, because it's not that reliable a boss fight to get.
Yeah.
So
It
you
is
don't
a
want
shame.
too much RNG.
It always upsets, I think, that the Gauntlet, the crew, the people who set up the Gauntlet, when we can't include sort of the new boss from the expansion or the new boss of the league. Like, I think it would be awesome to include these things. But in Ultimatum, it was Trial Master, and that was a RNG nightmare for some players. I mean, I was lucky enough to fight him a fair few times, but there are players who got to, like 95 and just never saw him, or 96.
Mm-hmm. I would say it's a lot better than Trial Master.
Of course,
Trial
no.
Master was like
No, I'm just saying.
Trial Master was peak GGG, making mistakes with boss way too rare.
Yeah.
I don't know how you like
I mean,
condense that phrase, but yeah, it was the peak of that sort of phenomenon.
Accessibility.
Yeah.
Right. Boss. But like, look, and they stood by it, and that's fair play to them. But I think a lot of players would rather fight the boss 10 times more and have him drop items only 1 out of 10 times.
Well, my point is, so I believe for solo self-found players it's probably worse, and I was talking from like a perspective of trade league there, I guess, because you can buy expeditions that do guarantee a boss. So like if you really want to see the boss, you can save up for it and buy it from trade. Yeah, in solo self-found, I can see it being a lot worse.
It would have been nice if Two Gens sold a lot more blessed orbs, like right, like just like in and of the mechanic, like that was one way like you can really focus or target farm blessed orbs, which are aren't really used too much. But you can use them on your expeditions to guarantee like boss stuff, and it would have been cool if like you have to use the mechanics inside to roll it.
Well, the blessed orb, the blessed orb will roll within ranges of the rolls that exist. But if there
True.
isn't a boss implicit on it, then it won't roll into a boss implicit. It'll just roll the ranges of what's already there.
Even in the logbook, am I going crazy? I thought you could roll like it re-rolled the mods on a logbook.
It will reroll the mods, but it rerolls the ranges of the mods.
Okay.
So if the logbook doesn't already contain a boss, blessed orbs will never make it contain a boss.
Oh, I thought they'd actually reroll the item. I didn't actually use it. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah.
No, I mean it acts like a blessed orb and any other implicit. You know, you don't bless a coral ring and get a
Just
get
the
a ruby
values.
ring.
Okay. No, I actually thought it worked differently just for logbooks. The way again, I don't know why I never just did it myself. I was just happy to run my logbooks as they came, but that's how I understood from the trailer. Which goes to show you, right, that like even players that have a lot of experience maybe with the game or with this league in particular, still haven't engaged with everything, right? So yeah, it would have been nice to have these bosses just be a little bit more accessible, a little bit more target farmable for the Gauntlet specifically. Even if we could just say, complete 2 of the 4 bosses, right? Would have been cool, but yeah.
I would love to see them more accessible. There's some of the best designed boss fights they've put in the game in years. Uhtred and Olroth are awesome in my opinion. And Uhtred is crazy dangerous in Gauntlet too, because he scales stupid hard off extra project. Oh, that's a close call on the bullet there.
I mean, after we finish this boss fight and go to some live content, I'd love to discuss the idea of just like having like a boss arena, and you got you'd fight Farrell, you'd fight all the different sort of like league mechanic bosses, Trial Master, all these guys in like a separate environment, or maybe a specific unique map. You know, kind of cool.
Well, a little close to the slam as well. Almost out of mana for that flame dash and out of mana flash charges. This is getting close to the wire here. But yeah, that would, I mean, an extension of the Maven mechanic to include other league specific bosses then.
Yeah, like make it an arena, or just make them like the actual entry level fight more accessible somehow. I don't know how you do that, but I have a very high. Oh, okay, yep, log.
Yeah, I needed. I think a log maybe earlier wouldn't have been a terrible idea either, as he was out of mana flash charges and it was really slowing his DPS. And the final phase is where you need that the most.
And this is only the phase 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I mean,
I am not sure. I thought it was the final phase, but I might have lost track.
No, it's the final phase. He has like 5% life. My mistake. I'm just spacing out. Sorry, guys. But yeah. Is this what this is what PoE looks like on an ultra wide monitor? I mean, it doesn't look like this on your actual screen, but it is like to put it on a 1080p screen, it does shrink it to the side. Yeah.
I got pretty darn hectic there at the end, but
Norm McDonald.
well played. Regardless, well played. Regardless. And is there anything else that we had to go through?
I think for now we're fine, and I'll pop our lovely faces back onto chat. Chat wants to see you, Octavian. As it turns out, you got some fans in chat.
Shucks.
Actually, do we have any other I mean, I know Amexile did rip. Like, so that's not a real Maven. He's just practicing on his other character just to see if he could do it with his level of gear, but damn shame.
We can bring Steel back online, who is still hunting through maps for Elder Guardians, presumably. That's what he was doing last night before he went to bed, and I imagine he's woken up relatively recently, hasn't been online that long. Has had an incredibly unlucky streak in that regard. I think he spent 13 hours of playtime hunting for Elder Guardian map drops and saw one that came from a ritual and not a boss drop, and was one that he already had. And also was getting suggestions from chat over and over again to just use Harvest to reroll the fragments when he needs the Elder Guardians to witness them to do Twisted. And he was getting really frustrated with that question towards the end. Because, you know, he has 3,000 people watching, and so there's always going to be somebody tuning in the next 2 minutes who hasn't heard that answer and doesn't know precisely what he's doing, is going to ask the same question, and he's going to go through the rigmarole again and again and again.
You know what, though? A lot of people struggle to get 6 links, too. So, maybe this is RNG coming back at him a little bit, saying, you know what, you got two 6 links and he's like 50 fuse.
Yeah, this is the flip side of the Steel RNG coin.
I mean,
he gets really good RNG with his gear, and apparently really bad RNG with his influence map drop.
So we like to meme on Steel and his RNG and stuff like that. But the reality is, most players will have those extreme swings on different aspects of the game. Right? It might take you like 1 chrome to get your 3 off color that you need. Right? But then you might say, oh, but I can't 6-link, or I can't say, or I couldn't even 6-socket. It took me once 1,200 jewelers to 6-socket an item. I just refused to use the recipe, right? But that league, I got all 6 of my trials one after another, easy clap. Before they changed how it worked, where you could enter an offer into the map. So you know, RNG giveth and RNG taketh. So you know, he was able to get into endgame content faster and farm a lot more than a lot of other players because he got that 6-link early. But now he's just not encountering the exact boss that he needs. So. There is, you know, in the end of the day, like, things do balance out, even though we do give Steel a lot of crap for it.
I just press the 6-socket and 6-link button on the bench now.
That's
it's
fair.
not mathematically, it's not the most efficient thing to do, I don't think, but I don't need to click more. I click enough.
Yeah. And by the way, you and Lighty both. He's like, he would always use the bench, he said, if he had the option, right? Granted, in an SSF 10-day event, probably won't get the delve recipe. So I mean, like, he does just 6-link it manually, but he agrees. He's like, look, I don't want to risk it. Why would I subject myself to the potential swings of RNG when I can just guarantee it? Like, I don't want to potentially have to spend 2,000 fusings. We've seen players go like 3,000 fusings before and just get blasted by RNG, and that's with Hillock crafting or everything, right?
That was Rise in a previous Gauntlet, right, where he was forced to start doing endgame bosses on a 5-link by the end of it.
I mean, look, the reality is they are above average, especially now that quality it permanently affects your item, and you can get like 30% quality with Hillock, even on a unique base or a unique chest piece or weapon. But I don't know, like, reliability is such a wonderful feeling in this game when a lot of things feel out of your control sometimes in Path of Exile. It's nice to be able, like, you know what, I can just save up. I can either buy the item if it's cheaper, or I can just click the 6-link button, and that just feels really, really nice. We did have a couple questions in chat previously about, or not questions, but saying that, oh, Amexile's on Maven, please put him on. Amexile did rip. He's just playing a standard or software character or a practice league character, doing those fights to see if he could do them.
Yeah, getting practice.
Yeah, I think he's testing his character out because he's like, well, maybe I should have waited for formed. Maybe I should have done that last, right? But he went in confident, so he's checking if he could do all those fights on his first try. Then he's like, oh, I could have had this many points total. I mean, it's all a what-if scenario now, right? He might have been more nervous in those fights if he actually did them on the actual gauntlet, but he did just rip about 30 minutes ago, so still reeling, I imagine, from that sort of emotional trauma.
And talking about the 6-link recipe earlier, just tangentially related, it does seem like Lily found one of the Primordial Ruins because she has some Lithomancers, which are the Spectre type that you want from Delve, as they're a decent chunk better than the Heist ones. They're not like twice the HP or crazy much stronger. It's like a 30-40% increased life difference or something, but over, the period of many casts in a boss fight, that's going to add up and is going to be worthwhile. On top of that, the specters themselves are very, very tanky and basically never die, which is nice because it's a bit of a headache to resummon if you end up losing your specters pretty often.
I think at this point, like she's maybe just farming out currency to roll her chest because she does have a hunter chest in her stash, which she was trying to six link for forever. But she does have an offering chest, so I'm surprised that maybe that she's looking for a specific mod, or it wouldn't be for a reroll at this point. I mean, I know we'd like to say like you always have a chance to end up in the top 5 or top 3, but now that it's about day 8, just leveling your character to 95 still doable, but also doing all the boss fights is probably not going to happen at this stage. Like there's only about there's less than 48 hours in the race, right? Yeah, no, there's less than 48
somewhere
hours,
around
so,
there.
Yeah,
because I'm gonna trust your perception of time more than mine. I'm horrible at keeping track of dates and times.
I think we finish like the new day begins when our cast starts. If you know what I mean. So like on Monday we're from like 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Like we're the last 2 hours of the gauntlet.
That sounded a lot more poetic than I think you meant it to. The new day begins when we cast.
We rise. Just another 3 days. Sorry. Wait, do I think do we stop casting on the Monday or the Tuesday?
I don't know. Why do you keep saying numbers and words and dates at me? I'm horrible at keeping track of time. I don't even know what day it is. It's probably tomorrow.
It's probably tomorrow. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm horrible.
We should know. We should know these things. We are technically sponsored content. Like it's kind of our job. 21st on. So it does end Tuesday. Okay, so yeah, we're casting for a day longer than I thought actually. So yeah, I guess there are just under 70 hours, just under 3 days then.
We have another clip though in the Discord of a elder kill if we want to watch that.
Oh, I'd love to. Let's have a look. This is triple S 111, who I think just ripped. Right? People were saying they just ripped, but I'm interested in seeing a different take on the elder fight. I have paused. I'm bringing it over to the other screen, transitioning over, and in 3, 2, 1, play. Level 95 Berserker.
This is 15 ends and some swifts.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I always imagine that, like, just ends in a row just to be like the phone buzz, like when it like vibrates. Like, yeah, that's what he named his character. He was playing Shield Crush as well. Sadly, we know Triple S 111 does rip, but I don't think it's in this fight. Or I hope not.
We'll see. We'll find out. There's suspense.
Oh my god.
And this is Self-Attack Zerker Shield Crush as opposed to Lala, who's playing the Shield Crush G-Cry variant. And the damage is looking pretty thick. I like it.
I did. I actually League started Shield Crush, but I did play it as a Slayer because I wanted to take advantage of all the I wanted the permanent leech, and I really, really wanted to use Call of Steel as one of my main sort of clearing options, and having the extra AoE on that plus the cull on it just made like mapping feel really, really good. My boss DPS was low. I rerolled at like 92 or something, so I didn't really get to end game content, but it's still a really strong skill.
Yeah, that is some very good damage.
Yeah, like for those that don't know, the Shield Crush can hit twice, so there's 3 different waves that come out. So it does do double the damage of what you think it does. It's really, really powerful. Yeah.
And gets to use Berserk as an extra multiplier as well. Presumably has the Aspect of Carnage that you just talked about in the Ascendancy. It's actually a very popular choice for Zerkers, even in hardcore. I mean, you just went over that, so I won't reiterate.
No,
But I'm curious to see how the spam phase goes. I'm just going to call the end of the Elder fight the spam phase. I think it's pretty accurate.
I mean, it is, yeah. I mean, you get spammed with abilities and spammed by mods, right? So it's, it can get out of control. We mentioned it before. Like Ventura, it just got, there was like 400, it looked like, of these little squiddy things, and just, with LMP, it turns out the entire arena gets covered in these projectiles, and I mean, he had dodge, so he was able to avoid him, but it did look spooky there for a while. But honestly, Triple S 111 looking really, really nice, keeping everything under control. Damage is just absolutely insane compared to every other build we've seen so far. This is just making it look easy, honestly.
Some really cool influenced gear as well. And this is right when Ventura was ripping. Oh no.
Damn sure.
Some really cool influence gear in this build too. I mentioned earlier that he
adds
one amulet along with a 21 gem.
So I'm gonna hit pause here. I know. Look, there's gonna be people in chat
Really?
angry, but I know they got ads. So paused. I know, paused. Don't worry. Don't like. I mean, we'll go back to live content. Sorry, guys. We don't want anyone to miss it. Octavian, little mad. I don't blame you. I know, buddy. I know. No. I know.
There's nothing we could do about this.
I know.
I apologize, chat.
I know. It's very frustrating. It is just the
forced.
In about 2 minutes, or 2-3 minutes, we'll talk about it. Hit the high roll. Got 10 ads. Oh my god.
It's like this is exactly the situation where this decision makes no sense. Yeah. We have live content. We need to, admittedly, thankfully that wasn't during Exile's attempt of Formed, which we had live and had the highs and the lows and the really cool boss fight and the rip at the end of it. And, I mean, imagine if 10 ads played in the middle of that.
I mean, you say that, but okay, so playing devil's advocate, because I agree with you, right? But to play the other side of the argument, I mean, Twitch still isn't profitable, right? This platform that we love still doesn't make enough money to sustain itself. And
I don't want to dig into the specifics of something that I'm only half educated on here.
Yeah, so I mean, it's again, I agree, it's not a good solution, and there's a lot of other routes that I think are way better than this. But for right now, this is the situation we're sort of stuck with. So it's gonna pause every so often. Kind of feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
This is a big
We will
debate.
be back with the pre-recorded Elder Kill very shortly. I will not spoil anything about it. We will go to live content. We will talk about how handsome Steel Mage looks today.
Yeah,
we've got plenty of live content to talk about.
Actually, Steel Mage probably. I mean, I know you popped him on stream a little bit ago, but he wasn't online when we started the cast, so he's fresh. I know it's 1:45 in the morning, but he just woke up. Obviously, sleep schedule is going to be a little crazy, but he is a professional streamer. This is what he does. And hopefully we can just see some. I want to see some twisted fights. I want to see some formed. He has done formed, but I want to see some Maven fights. I want to see all the content still. And he's only got 70 hours to do it, so time is of the essence, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And the yesterday was actually the day that he was anticipating doing a bunch of that bossing content, but he wanted to get Twisted down first, and like I said, he was getting super duper unlucky with it. Mm-hmm. Pardon me.
I think are the ads over, guys? Let me just type in chat. Ads over. I know my keyboard is crazy loud. It's supposed to be like a silent keyboard, but it's like an earthquake apparently, according to chat. But ads over. On ads, no ads. Okay, just finished the last of my 7. I have 5 out of 29 ads.
What the heck?
Oh my! Well, thank you for that. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for supporting the stream, dear viewer.
You're like the advertisement scapegoat.
Yeah,
it's like all of them went to that person.
5 people didn't get it, but you got all 30. You're a champion, and I hope you're trolling.
Oh yeah, okay. Might not be real.
F dude. Okay. Well, you know what? We will pop back onto the other content, but if that's real, I'm so sorry. Yeah, BigSil used Valve Earthquake. That's what it feels like whenever I type. I know. I have tried and softened all the mic stuff, but yeah, apparently my keyboard's just mental. So let's try and get this Elder fight back on. Full screened. I'm moving over, and yeah, we did pause for everybody just coming back.
Mm-hmm.
We did pause.
What timestamp are you at?
2:34.
Okay. Let me know when you hit play.
3, 2, 1, go.
And yeah, it's just the final phase here, the spam phase, and yeah, with the damage this man is putting out, I can't imagine it's going to be too much of a problem. Elder's getting chunked like he's a rare mob.
Okay, we were literally in the last 2 seconds of the okay.
There wasn't a lot left to it.
Now I feel like an ass. I made this big deal out of this, and it was legitimately 3 seconds worth of a fight.
I mean, that's
okay.
Just the DPS this fella has. It's ridiculous.
I mean, we could watch it's auto playing the iolite Gauntlet normal at 0 for me.
I don't have that.
Okay, I will link it.
You want to link it to me?
Yeah, but it's. You know what? That's the first time autoplay has really done me any favors. But here we go, and it's S111s as well. So hopefully we can see him in an earlier phase.
Okay, I'm at 0. Let me know when you hit play.
3, 2, 1, go. There we go.
and this is a regular Adziri at level 95 with the build that we just saw demolish Elder. I don't think she has much of a chance unless he hits the mirror clone.
No, this should be a bit of an easy clip. Okay, that's a lot of damage. This is earlier on in the league, so I imagine his gear isn't as insane as when he fought the Elder. But if there's no specific gear you're looking for from Adziri, then this fight kind of is one of those ones you can wait to do, right? Obviously, a lot of the Toxic Rain builds, all the Saboteur builds do want the boots, so they probably fight her a lot earlier. But if you don't have to, like, why subject yourself to it, right? Because you can just make him. It's very easy. Okay, I say it's very easy, but it is easy to just make a mistake and hit the wrong clone and just insta-kill yourself. But hopefully, it maybe has reflect immunity from a ring and maybe the Pantheon.
And honestly, I just like how refreshingly straightforward.
Yeah, he has reflect immunity.
He's reflect immune.
Yeah.
Cool.
I
I like how refreshingly straightforward the shield crush is.
Just damage.
I don't know. Like, there's a lot of cool new skills that got added, and some of them are like really neat and interesting and do cool stuff. But there's a place in the game for like I slap my shield in your face and do damage. The skill.
I'll be honest with you. It doesn't feel very generic. I know it looks just like like a lacerate with your shield or something. But as someone who just played it, it feels pretty distinct because of the way you gear your character. I did play Slayer, and I used Call of Steel as sort of like if players remember the ground slam build from like I think a year ago, like with Metamorph, where you would just slam once and then pop the entire screen. That's essentially how I played this build because you can stack your impales really fast because you're hitting twice, and then just Call of Steel, whole screen pops. Very satisfying.
Yeah, I mean with how like on the fundamental granular level with how repetitive Path of Exile gameplay can get, where you're just constantly spamming the same skill over and over again, there's something to be said for a really like meaty, straightforward, enjoyable to use skill design like Shield Crush.
Yeah, it feels great. The only thing that really felt terrible were the Expedition Shield guys. At first I thought it was like a bug. I was like, why am I not doing damage? And I realized they have like just insane amounts of block, and I couldn't get through it. I mean, and I was not prepared to get a reduced block gem, which have they removed from the game? I think they removed that, right?
It's still there. You need to do a very specific vendor recipe to make it. You cannot buy it from a vendor. I think it's a 20 quality evasion shield and a puncture gem or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very odd. Yeah, it's usually used for PvP and stuff like that, but yeah, I just didn't feel like sacrificing my whole impale skill gem because everything else was red. It was only other green swap. Slow Lords is asking, though, Call still can't be blocked. Very true. But in order to get your impales stacked, you do have to hit them. You have to get through that. So, like, I wasn't able to get any impales on them because they were blocking everything. And then the thing is, they just get out of control, right? So they would just protect their allies. So I couldn't do the damage that, like... With Call of Steel, obviously, the main draw is just being able to just do massive amounts of AoEs, like overlapping AoE damage. But if I couldn't actually get past that defense. So those were frustrating, but outside of that, it was buttery smooth. So I'm thinking even for next Gauntlet, next League, I would actually recommend it as a bit of a starter. Not leveling with it. Leveling was an absolute goddamn nightmare, up to 68.
I can imagine.
But I was like, you know what? I wasn't racing. I had some other commitments, so I could only play a little bit a day, and I was like, you know what? I want to just experience what this skill is like from start to finish. Yeah,
the leveling process for shields can be a little weird.
Was really
rough. They have some like really huge spikes in base damage, so to speak, on the weapon because of how shield armor and evasion scaling works during the leveling process.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky that I was able to get like I think 2 or 3 chaos during my journey, up to 68 or 70. From 2-Jin and just from drops in general, I was able to buy a unique shield really luckily, like for like 2C. I think Titanius's span, which carried me into like not T6, Act 6 or Act 5, and then I just rolled shields. I actually had to use some currency, but it was, I mean, that's not fun. So if you can do it as your second character, or just level with General's Cry, or well, maybe not General's Cry, but maybe with slams or something else, or probably steel skills would have been a much better bet, and then just convert over at like 68 or something like that, or in Blood Aqueducts or something like that. Would have felt way better.
One of the other things is you don't have the benefit of getting your guaranteed decent rolled weapon through something like the Fizz recipe. You know, you have the Whetstone Rustic Sash recipe for weapons, but there isn't really an equivalent for getting an armor shield or an evasion shield, at least not that I'm aware of. So you do have to rely a little more heavily on RNG and the luck of the draw with essences and stuff. And then there's whole acts where you just have a drought where you don't have a good base to work with. So it's not the best leveling experience, but shield skills are quite reliable and powerful once you get up into even just the later acts.
Felt great in maps. I'll tell you that. Like, cause the second I got into Harvest, I just spammed like the defense rerolls on like a colossal shield, even though it was a low item level. It didn't like, and I got like a 2000-ish or 1900, and I was able to just cruise through until mid yellows. And but yeah, that span from like Act 1 before the Titania shield, which again I had to buy. It's a unique. If I didn't have that, I would have had to respec into steel skills. It was like that rough. And again, this is, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm a pretty experienced player, right? And if I'm really struggling, like I'm dying to Merveil 3 to 4 times because I just couldn't get the DPS out to even kill like the statues. That kind of sucks, right? For a lot of players, considering it is a level 1 ability. Slow Loris asking, what's your guys' take on Lily's Leap Slam / Vigilant Strike setup? I mean, look, I like it. I like the option that she had multiple skills to proc your Fortify, right? Obviously, Vigilant Strike is what you really want to do, because it gives you a much longer duration, and it like, you know, which you don't want to have to keep it up all the time, right? But the main thing is it doesn't miss, right? So accuracy doesn't become an issue, but Leap Slam is... It's a strong option because it's always up, right? Like, if the mana cost is fairly insignificant for a build like hers, and it's like it's never gonna have a cooldown time. It's not like, oh, I won't be able to move. So it's really nice to have a reliable movement skill.
Yeah, it doesn't get stuck on terrain as easily as something like Shield Charge, and it will go over gaps. It can be a little harder to scale truly a good speed out of, though, is the problem, because it doesn't scale off move speed in the way that Shield Charge does, and thus will only scale off attack speed. So if your attack speed is lacking, it's going to feel truly awful. And then the other upside of the Vigilant Strike as a source of Fortify is the uptime on the Fortify. The Vigilant Strike gives a 13 to 14 second base Fortify, and you can support that with Fortify support to increase the duration even longer. I don't think Lily is currently, but it's an option. She's dropped that and instead is using Ancestral Call, which makes sense because the Fortify maybe is a little lower, but the reliability of actually getting it is much higher.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm a little surprised that she doesn't have like Flame Dash on another link, because it is nice to be able to like jump over gaps. I mean, I know Leap Slam can get over them, but the thing is you're still traveling. So things like the Maven beam or the Cyrus like quad beam as well. If you Leap Slam through it, you do get dinged by that debuff, which obviously is not the case with Flame Dash, which is. Look, I understand, like, lore-wise, like, you're just leaping, you're going to get hit by it, but it would be nice if those skills saw that little bit of quality of life. But I guess not having the cooldown is the quality of life, right? Versus in regards to... And it can proc Fortify.
Yeah, I can understand the...
There needs to be a downside to it, right?
I can understand that weakness being part of Shield Charger or Leap Slam because they don't have a cooldown and they can grant you Fortify and stuff like that. That makes a lot of sense to me, but... It's a little weird that Dash also will get you tagged.
Yeah.
Dash through the beam as opposed to Flame Dash. I feel like that's kind of an oversight, or maybe
because it doesn't feel like you should be tagged. It looks like you're, at least the dash animation to me, it just feels like your guys kind of just like becoming one with the wind and like moving, like teleporting kind of through or like phasing through something, and it's just like, no, you still get tagged by this energy beam. This kind of sucks, right?
They killing Brutus today? You're a little late to the broadcast, friend, but you can kill Brutus today. I believe in you.
I have not killed Brutus this gauntlet because I have had literally 0 time to play outside of the cast. So I'm just like many people in chat, just a pure spectator at this point. But it's been a lot of fun actually. I'll be honest with you, this gauntlet more than ever. I think it's because of the way it's structured this time around, because of the nerfs in 3.5. Because all these builds have had to sort of really build up, and it's just been this tension rising and rising and rising until this final weekend, where all the content sort of is landing on this amazing 70 hours. We're going to see people just tons of rips and stuff like that, so I'm excited.
Why does Rise do this to us? Every time we bring Rise on stream, I'm like, let's see what Rise is up to, and it's just memes. It's just garbage and memes.
You know what? That's...
Oh, did you see what he was playing?
I mean, he wants to watch tomato farming videos. The man's preparing for the downfall of society. He needs to be ready, my friend.
Okay, he's into maps. It looks like on the Herald of Agony Juggernaut, just to give people an update, which was just about through the story yesterday. So not a rip.
He's back into maps, so I'll pop him back on screen. I'll pop him back on. We've seen a lot of Karn's build. I mean, I still love it, but I won't expose everyone in chat to just non-stop Onigoroshi. I'm very look. I'll be honest with you. Karn's put on a bit of a show, though. I think he has sort of shut up the haters, right? Like, oh, Karn, like we had such high hopes for you. How dare you, Farmoni? Like, come on, you're letting us all down. No. Who's still alive? Who's still farming? You know, not on Exile. Not on Exile. Not the past winner. Lighty died as well. Didn't complete that stuff. But Karn, smooth sailing. That's all I gotta say. All I gotta say. Onigoroshi is better than Exangonate, confirmed.
Throwing a little bit of shade there.
Oh, I know. No,
for somebody who ain't killed Brutus.
You're not wrong.
Throw that out there.
You're not wrong. I'm not. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah. No, I mean, you're right.
Karn's not winning yet, because even if you die, you do retain the points that character earned.
Yes.
If you want to breach that point total on a fresh character, you have to do the bosses again. But that placement that character that died is at is locked in. You know, it's crystallized.
Oh, I mean, Lighty might still win the gauntlet. Lighty's still Lighty's dead character is still in first place, and I imagine his ranger actually will be. Like, the dead one will be top 5 at the very least in Gauntlet by the end of the event.
Yeah, I think Steel is most likely to overtake him today. Things go to plan, but you know, things do not always go to plan.
No, they do not. One character has to do so. Yeah, so the only content that is shared between for points is your delve depth, because that would be just like impossible to track. So you do actually have to redo, like, let's say you kill Uberziri, your first character, amazing job, and you die in the next map. You have to do Uberziri again on your next character if you want to push even further. It's like you can't just do Uber there and get tacked on. No. Every character is its individual point total. Actually, you know what, Zai TV actually, like we joke, but Zai, I really like this build. I think he's a very strong contender to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a sick build, honestly.
No.
Steel has had bosses today in his stream title. At least yesterday, he had every intention of doing bosses and then didn't drop the boss content for 13 hours straight.
So I didn't mean to laugh.
That's not his fault. Come on.
No. It's you just get RNG'd, right? I mean, and it's Scrya saying Steel is gearing up for the next gauntlet. It's okay. He's in prep mode. If it's not for this one, it's for the next one. But yeah, we did have a question. Why are people even doing the formed and the twisted before Uberziri and stuff? Isn't the Maven stuff harder? I mean, I think so. I am surprised as well. I am as surprised as you are that people are doing the formed. Twisted, not so much. Twisted isn't as hard as the formed, but I'm very surprised people are doing the formed this early.
Some people have the mentality of wanting to get the difficult stuff out of the way first.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, I'm Exile right after he ripped. Did go on to his practice league and did do Maven, Uber Elder, all those fights. So maybe now he's thinking, well, shit, maybe I shouldn't have done the form. Maybe I should have done these other fights, which maybe my build handles a lot more comfortably. You know, I'm not trying to speak for him. I really don't know where his mind is right now. I'd be pretty devastated myself, but that's definitely an option that he probably, for the next gauntlet, he's going to look towards, right? Like, really, in his practice league, really determine what is the hardest content, right? I know. Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, look, you want the Uncharted points, but maybe you just do the Twisted and then move on.
Yeah, and Formed and Twisted, as Chad has said in a couple different ways, do feed into the other content, where not only do Formed and Twisted drop fragments that are respective to those kills, which would then get you to Shaper and Elder kills, and thus Uber Elder kills faster, but they also give you the passive points for the Atlas, which improves your ability to farm up whichever one you like. You do Formed, and then you can get the ability to farm up the frags for Twisted more quickly, and vice versa. We have a clip here though from Karn. Oh, I think this is this was from earlier in the race. This was the close call from because this is in white maps. This is like a T5 map or T6 map maybe at this point. This is the chaos damage aura on that beast. I remember that specifically.
Oh, That's scary. And as Octavian alluded to, talking about like why people would do the formed and stuff, it does give a lot of splinters. I mean, Kakashi, you make a great point, but you can just do 10-way fights, right? I mean, if you really think the formed is the hardest content, there are other ways to access Maven. It does make accessing Uber Elder significantly easier if you can get at least 2 points, because you can get the Guardian help node, which gives you a lot more fragments for Elder and Shaper. And I'm not saying the decision is wrong to go in the formed early. I'm just saying it's an option that maybe should have been looked into more thoroughly to not do it. Again, look, as I said, I haven't even killed Brutus this gauntlet. Who am I to criticize Exile's strategy? He did practice. He knows exactly what he needed to do to get there. But it's a question we have to ask ourselves when we look at the current situation of things, right?
And the question in chat was, what did so much damage to Karn? It was a red beast with a phenomenal aura, which is those like lines that you're seeing underneath the beasts in the clip. That gives non-chaos gain as extra chaos, I believe, to the beast and everything in the pack around it. So if his chaos res wasn't good, that's going to chunk him real hard.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, again, I think that was a couple days ago, but yeah, I think he went down to what, 34 life it was when we actually like paused, like when we did like the pausing of the clip or whatever. Oh, did someone just rip? There's lots of Fs in Steel's chat.
Yeah, I didn't see who the announcement was for though.
No, nor I.
I just see the wall of paying respects in global chat. Do you have it for about 30 seconds though? I gotta get up and get some water.
All you, brother. All you.
Okey-dokey.
I guess all me actually, but you know what I mean. I'll transition this out. Yeah, I mean, content's looking great. Chat, how are you guys doing? Someone died in the second lab. Oh no. Oh, hello, Billers. How you doing? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pop us on the 4 screen. Let's see how Karn's doing. I mean, I'm watching, but you guys aren't able to see Karn. He's hidden away in that 4th player channel. Hopefully they, you guys are doing well. Hopefully your gauntlet's going really well. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. You know, isn't that nice that it's Saturday? Hopefully you can enjoy yourself and play a little bit of Path of Exile along the way. Died at 87. Oh, right after Ubalat to Veritania. Yeah, that's at level 82 as well. That's brutal, guys. First gauntlet got to 90. Awesome, Zakarion. That's actually badass.
I have returned.
That is fast. Wow, I mean, speedy man.
I just needed some water from the room next door.
Actually, I think
my mug was empty.
Karn is actually at delve depth 258 here, so he's nearing that 300 depth, which is like the maximum contribution points from delve. So maybe I kind of agree with it. I kind of like doing delve before doing some of these bosses, right? You don't know if you're going to get some really nice pieces of gear. It's also just more XP, right? Like it's getting one more level or even half a level. Oh, okay, half a level will matter, but if you're able to tick over an extra point, passive point might not make the difference, but like the base life you get off a level up, the base mana you get off a level up might be nice. And to be fair, that one passive point, which I sort of said might not be important, could be. Maybe it's an extra 4% life node. Maybe it gives you access to a jewel. Maybe you can unsocket 2 other things and you have a 3-point jewel and get, 7% life or some resistances, and you can change your gear a little bit. Like character level, I think a lot of players really neglect how powerful how significant it is after like level 95, but it really can make a major difference to the power level of your character, or the strength of your character.
It's base life is underestimated quite a bit. It can take a character that's just barely squeaking 6k and push it to 6.5 or even higher with a couple key gear upgrades and pushing from 90 to 95. It's a pretty big deal. But yeah, Karn is probably just set for bossing.
Oh yeah, at this point.
Once he secures all of his other safety points, so to speak, so the delving and the hitting 95 and all that, I'd imagine it's straight to bosses from there, and I hope it's straight to bosses from there, because I want to see how this build performs in that setting.
I want to see if he changes over to a 6-link for Rage Vortex.
Yeah, true. Swaps out of the Calm's Heart. I think it's more of an option not to do that now, since he got the huge Helm enchant, but I'm really not sure. We'll have to find out.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think both options are really strong, right? In a lot of cases, at least in these later game boss fights, 500 life might not make the difference, right? Because the chest he will equip is still going to have a fair amount of life on it, probably 120+% life as well. So there is... Calm's Heart is, of course, more life, but it's probably a difference of 500 total at the end of the day, which is great, right? But would I rather just have an extra million or 1.5 million DPS? Maybe. But maybe I can squeeze in Berserk if I don't if I don't do that, if I use Cam's Heart, and then my rage is still being used for something, right? There's a lot of different options available to him, especially as you so aptly pointed out, that he did get the extra Bladestorm enchant for his helmet, which maybe just pushes him into keeping it, right? Maybe he just wants that little bit of extra defense for the maybe. But if you're getting hit for 10k anyway with a big slam, or like getting shotgunned by some of these bosses, like it doesn't actually matter.
And it does. He did get a little unlucky and didn't get the right boot enchant. He only got attack and cast speed and not pen. What a shame. Bad lab RNG, man. It'll get you.
It will. Zakarian actually mentioned that Karn wants to swap to 10k life for bosses. Did Karn actually say that, or is that just something that you're talking about? With 200% life, 3 counts gives you an extra 1.1k. No, you're right, Marion. It is very significant, but it's also, you got to remember, he's also going to have percent life on that chest. It wouldn't just be 120. It would be 120 life, maybe ES added as ES, or life added as ES. There'd be a couple more mods in there. Maybe it would solve some resistance issues. Maybe you can get different things. I'm just saying it's not as swingy as some people think nowadays with some of these influence mods.
Some of these delve mobs are doing a little bit of an uncomfortable damage amount to Karn here, as he's on a T3 Azurite node and actually dropped to about 2/3 multiple times from the extra prod spam. But yeah, it's not enough to kill him. It's just, you're reaching the point where delve is starting to be a little threatening. But thankfully, he's right at the point where he can stop delving soon. Only another like 40 floors or however many.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of these players like slowly going slowly delve, right? That they've been slowly accumulating the sulfite. They haven't just been targeting it, but they've quickly realized, okay, I want to always maximize that tank and just go down rather than wasting it. Like, I know a lot of players, if they don't delve often, like they just waste a lot of these like random sulfite generators in the while mapping. Obviously, not something you want to do when it does actually matter for like thousands upon thousands of dollars, right? So maybe not focus on it entirely, because over the course of a 10-day event, you're just going to generate a lot of sulfite innately in a lot of these things. So it's nice to see that, maybe on this last, again, 70-hour push really makes trying to go for it. I was able to get to 250 before that anyway, right? Without maybe just specifically doing just delve or saying, oh, I need to get to 300, then I can do bosses. Nah, it'll come. Delve depth 300 will come.
I'm kind of surprised to see Steel doing various league mechanics here. Maybe he has some of the boss fights that he needs? No, he's leaving it. Okay. He activated the Blight and then walked away. He's just being mean to Kasha, essentially. Because yesterday he was skipping over the majority of the league mechanics in his maps to just rush down those boss kills and clear just enough to sustain in order to keep doing that, to try and get the boss fights that he needs.
Just maybe feels like, like he... maybe that just isn't sustainable, right? Like I hope it doesn't take another 13 hours to get one Eradicator map, but the reality is it could take that long, right?
And so, it's even more salt in the wound, because I think Zana has given him the maps that he's needed a few times, but you can't witness Zana maps, so it doesn't count for Twisted. Which
is a whole thing in and of itself. Like, I get the lore, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't really like the mechanic. I think if I'm doing the map, I'm doing the content. Just let me engage with it. I mean, forgetting the fact that it's witnessed or not, like, it adds to my thing. The fights are just more fun when Maven's in there with her little puppet shenanigans, right? It just... I don't know, like, I think the introduction of Maven was such an interesting and fun mechanic, and I love these arena fights, and it is just a shame that when I do I engage with this content, I'm not rewarded with the next stage of fight because Zana opened up for me rather than me clicking it. If anything, it's harder, right? Because I can't control what mods are on it, so hopefully... but hey, just my 2 cents.
Yeah, though, to be fair, I can see why they erred on the side of not having it be witnessed by default rather than having it be witnessed by default, because it is an option,
Yes.
When a boss fight is witnessed, it's because the player opted into it and tried to make it more difficult for themselves for presumably the extra rewards of Maven content. And if it's supposed to be a trade-off there where you're consciously saying, okay, make this more difficult but give me rewards, then when you come across Zana and it's just always on, it kind of takes away that decision making. So that could be the reason, or it could just be because they didn't have the tech yet.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a possibility.
I get it. I mean, as Mr. Maddox pointed out, Zana is insanely stretched, but like obviously the strongest master, right? That helps you with your atlas, just gives you maps, can help you target farm certain things. Like it tells you, oh, it contains a harvest, contains a syndicate encounter, or whatever it is. Not that one actually is an option, but you know, it lets you engage with content that you semi have control over if within her options. I'm just saying it would have been nice to have a little button on the side that says "Let me witness," right?
True. Yeah, you could just add a UI element there.
Yeah, I'm not. And I understand why GG doesn't want to do that. I get it. I just don't agree with it. I think giving player agency over like the encounter, like boss encounters in general, is what makes Path of Exile like Path of Exile for me, right? Because I don't know. I think in maps nowadays, like mobs generally you don't interact with them much, but these big boss mechanics, that's where you really say, okay, I got to plan my sustain, I got to plan my build a bit more. I can't just rely on kill effects. Here we go. And then, you know, having that sort of all that content being like washed away, like, oh, I feel like there's no point me doing it in Zona because I can't get into the twist. It just kind of feels bad.
And Karn does seem to be coming up on the end of his delve journey. Is that 265 or 285? It's hard to read the text.
I'm going to use my patent to just zoom in visually. This just lean, the big lean in.
Oh, he went back to his hideout.
Oh, of course. I should actually buy a magnifying glass. Like that actually would be nice to be able to see. I think it was like 265, 270 before. So enhance, yeah, some old school CSI.
You can get really fancy with a little jeweler's loop or something.
261.
I'll just do the high tech version and go to full screen. Yeah, 261.
Yeah. Oh, so you're too fancy for me, Octavian. Oh, I love it though. Just cruising along. It's really nice to see the. I don't know. His build just looks really nice. Like I really like the fact that you can fit Skitterbots, Herald of Ash, and like, Blood and Sand on there. Oh.
I think Steel just got half health by the pen map boss, which is not a boss you generally feel to be all that threatening.
I mean, those balls can shotgun you, right? Especially with the LMP.
I don't think it was orbs. I think it was just like his whip crack ability.
My God.
He just tapped him for half. Probably a crit. But hey, half ain't dead.
Yeah, half ain't dead. And that's always the thing, right? You're rolling the dice with these block builds, with these dodge builds. Sometimes, like, the damage is just going to come through. So it's great to have, like, other defensive layers, right? He has 7,600 life. He has a lot of armor, right? So, nice to see that he isn't, that he's still ticking and still going. I think he'd be really upset. Oh, I would be. If after all this farming for just for one single map, he wasn't able to get it because he got popped by a pen boss. Yeah. He's also ailment. I mean, yeah, he has a lot going on for him. Like Steel is like a master planner. You know, it may take him a little bit longer to get there than someone like Lighty, but the thing is, he will get there. Like he's very confident in his ability to sort of grind out that stuff and really take advantage of all the different mechanics in the game to leverage his character into the next stage. Right.
Gauntlet never really completely stops being scary, though. Is this? He's opening up Craft of Exile.
I'm actually gonna toss it over to you. I'm gonna turn off our cams here. I have to take a little break. I'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Sure thing.
Treat him well, chat. Treat him well.
I'm sure they will. They're very nice people. Congratulations to Zanza for making it to Maps. Well done. Is 90 on the docket, or were Maps the final play? Congratulations either way, and Karn gets an Exalted Orb drop, which I don't think he'll have much use for. As I can't see him wanting to multi-mod a weapon, that's for darn sure. He's probably just fine. 90 is the goal? I believe in you. Stick in high-tier white maps and low yellows is my advice. Push to 90 in like T5, 6s, and 7s, you got this. And yeah, for the G-Cry build, as well as that, like, you can get away with some worse gear and still have pretty solid damage as opposed to self-attack Shield Crush. The Berserker Shield Crush build that we saw doing some bossing earlier had really, really nice damage. The shield was like fully almost 500 armor higher than Lala's shield, as well as like I think a better weapon, though I don't remember specifically off the top of my head, and a 21 gem and a +1 gems amulet, which are actually pretty important for shield skills, as when you get to level 23, I think it is, on a shield skill. It's either 22 or 23. There's a relatively early post-20 breakpoint where the scaling actually gets higher, so you take better advantage of your armor on your shield. And Lala doesn't have any gear that's even approximating that, but is still outputting some pretty darn solid DPS because the multiplicative nature of the General's Cry and being able to use the like all of the more multis in Zerker super well means that the damage is good regardless. Like we saw Lala Gate doing T13 maps, I think, on like a 5-link and a 2200 armor shield. Admittedly has progressed past that point now, but was still able to handle like mid-tier red maps in Gauntlet on a 5-link with a kind of crappy weapon, so to speak. We don't know how Triple S 111 died, no. That player was recording some boss kills, as you do have to record those to have proof in order to get points for them, but wasn't streaming in general or recording in general. So a unfortunate mystery rip, but did have a very powerful build, and we did get to see it in action, at least against Elder and Itziri. And something else, I forget which was the third boss that they brought down. Learning moment, I ran lair with monsters, poison on hit, and the boss killed me through Enduring Cry at level 80. Yeah, that's that actually got buffed this league. Poison base or poison scales higher off base damage values than it did in previous leagues, and that change affected enemies too. So yeah, it's pretty darn disgusting. The lair boss as well will scale with the extra proj if we're talking about Gauntlet, and I'm assuming we are. Oh.
Don't tease me that now.
I hear BigSil in the background. Hello? Is he back? That was a long-range BigSil.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, was I unmuted? Sorry, guys. I mean, I was on a separate floor, and I guess this mic picks up way too much. But yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Welcome back.
I am back though.
Chat missed you.
Big
You were gone.
I like that. No, is so the whole family just made like a big like breakfast buffet, like as a brunch thing. And not that I had any. I was just running to the washroom, but I am very jealous. It smells really good. So I got some good food waiting for me in an hour and a half.
Just got to get through the cast.
We know.
You got
Sorry.
You got brunch food on the other side. There's no greater motivator in life.
I'm still working at the kinks of this whole streaming thing. I am so bear with me, chat. You know, this is like well, I guess it's the first event I've ever like hosted, and I think I've only streamed once or twice before that, like playing Binding of Isaac. So the stress was not on, but hopefully I can get bigger and better. You know, I can learn how to be as good as Octavian, but that's going to take a lot of practice.
You're closer than you imagine.
Don't do yourself dirty, Octavian. Top tier. You know what you're doing. Come on.
The Colossal Tower shield is the highest armor base.
Correct.
Which is what people care about for shield-based skills, as the damage values scale off of armor. Or evasion. You can get flat damage from evasion too, but armor numbers simply go higher. So
way
that's why
higher.
People prioritize those over evasion ones. For crit variants, you'll sometimes see hybrid shields used with evasion and energy shield, because the unique jewel allows you to scale crit stats off of ES, but that's not something you can do reliably in a solo self-out environment, as the jewel is not particularly common.
It was changed this league, for those that don't know. Like the jewel used to give it the ability to like chain and like pop, make the shrapnel pop every time, which they realized literally every single spectral shield throw build was using it. So they decided after, I think like 2 years, let's just make that the base behavior. And now that the jewel enables the crit version of the build, which for those of you unfamiliar, I'm not sure how you would be, but Crouching Tuna, who is an insane top tier gamer, like, you know, always pushes like crazy content, him and Elishar, and a Grimro early on, made a cold conversion raider with special shield throw, and obviously went crit with that as well. So if you really want to see like a min-max crazy insane version, head over to Crouching Tuna's channel, and you know, if you're not following him, please do. Like the guy's great. He knows what he's doing. Great music too on top. So yeah, Tuna. Yeah, hopefully we got some fans in chat. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan. Big fan, by the way.
And yeah, definitely don't level as a general. Try
No,
build.
God no.
Do not do that. Level with shields, or sorry, with steel skills, or maybe with like, I don't know, some other melee that you might be comfortable with. Basically, like any other melee option is going to outperform General's Cry while leveling, because you don't have any of your CDR and such. It's just the nature of the build. It needs a lot of its tools to be functional. It's kind of the opposite of what I was talking about earlier, where Shield Crush is this really enjoyable, just straightforward. You press the ability near enemy, it hit their face, you swing with shield and slap them. Whereas the General's Cry setup is like, oh, what if I summon some corpses and then use a War Cry, and I summon some ghosts, and then the ghosts use an ability, and I can lower the War Cry CDR in order to get more ghosts, and I can increase the number of corpses I generate in order to get more power, and then I can use cluster jewels that will give me more benefits based off that power, and it's like, it's got all these moving parts. And that is really cool, peak Path of Exile, but really bad to level with. Really, really bad to level with.
I mean, I don't want to double down on the bad leveling, but yeah, the Shield Crush is terrible for leveling too. Like, I was talking about before, god-awful. Even with the unique shields, it's rough until like the late 60s, like where you can sort of just get a sort of a higher end shield, but yeah, I mean, I do agree with Marion, though. It is weird to lock all crit behind a jewel. But the reality is, like, 90+% of players, like, even before, maybe 95% of players weren't playing at crit anyway, because the options weren't really that good, their scaling wasn't that good, so I understand GGG thinking, like, hey, look, you have to do a little bit more work if you want to get that insane, like, millions upon millions of DPS, right? Yeah. But, yeah. It's tough.
I think the earliest you would potentially swap to a G-Cry setup would be like after getting 2 wheels on the tree that affect Warcry CDR.
Yeah.
And while you're leveling, you probably want to be leveling a General's Cry as well. Like the link itself to minimize the less multi from it. And I don't know, if you have a Tabula or a 5-link, maybe you even throw Second Wind into the links just as a leveling link. It's not worth it in the end game. It doesn't outperform a damage link, but like in like Act 7, 8, or 9, it could be nice.
Would you still do that now that it increases like the length of time it takes to cooldown? Because it like reduces the cooldown now, right? No, sorry. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Reduces the rate
the change.
of
It's probably not even worth it since the change.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of an odd change. I understand why they did it. They wanted a downside to everything, but yeah, having a bit like one way to have generic cooldown would be nice. Like if they introduced another gem with that, right? Maybe.
I think at gem level 20, it doesn't have any impact on the cooldown and just gives you an extra charge. But yeah, gem level 20 isn't something you'd have in Act 8, so it's probably not worth using at all.
Yeah. We see Steelmate struggling a little bit with this Undying boss here. Just hopefully can get him down.
It can be an annoying boss to kill, but he's been farming quite a lot of it because it's one of the safest high-tier map bosses in the game. Because you can just stand a sort of like half a screen away and it literally never even attacks you.
We've actually...
It just sits there.
Yeah. I was just thinking about, now that we see Steel actually doing an incursion, I don't think we've seen anyone outside of Lalagate go into the temple, and Lalagate pretty much only went in because they wanted to maybe get the Corpse Walker boots, like from a sacrifice unique shrine. I mean, look, it's free density, it's free, like it's a ton of rarity. I mean, look, you get a ton of uniques and currency out of incursions, but we really haven't seen anyone really go for it, especially considering like with traps being so prevalent, like the slave driver gloves, but you won't need them because you're using life with Exsanguinate, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just never think you're going to get that in Soul of Selfhound anyway.
True,
you could farm for slave driver's gloves in Soul of Selfhound for 3 leagues and not get them the once. They're very, very rare because you need both the oil and the base. But yeah, the temples have been extremely useful for map sustain, as Steel has been having some issues with that. And not only can you get the map rooms, which will guarantee at least a handful of them, but if you get things like the quant or pack size rooms, there's actually enough mobs in there that you're pretty likely to get a handful of maps back for every temple you run.
Do we I imagine we have a lot of Steel fans in chat. Do we know if he has a lot of the other fights set up, or is he just waiting for Eradicator? Like does he have the other fragments? Can he just enter Uber Elder, or is he just waiting to do the Twisted first?
He was at 2 out of the 4 witnessed for Twisted when I looked.
Okay.
I don't know if he got one of the other 2 since then.
He's ready for nearly everything else. Okay, he's just started for maps and just specifically for Twisted and that stuff. Okay, thanks guys. It's really hard for us. We can't keep track of everyone's like map progression. It's really hard. I mean, it's hard sometimes when you're just watching one streamer, right? But when you're watching 4 on a screen plus like another 8 in the background, maybe it is tough for us. So I really, really appreciate the help, guys. You're a part of this cast too, so it's nice that you're pitching in. Yeah. He needed to do 10 bosses 3 times. Yeah. Well, look, I imagine that he might not have the Maven fight ready, but like that just comes down to map sustain. Like you can brute force Maven even without doing any of the invitations. Big question. Top 3 contenders, firstly? Okay. I might disagree with Octavian on a few of these, but I really think Steel Mage now is definitely, if not the favorite, in a top 3 position. I like Karn's build a lot. I'm gonna put him up there too, and I think Lady as well. I know Lady died, but I just don't see him not finishing in the top 3, even with his reroll.
I gotta do basically the same, but replace Karn with Zai, and I feel bad for saying it.
Yeah, no, actually,
I love Karn's build, but Zai's on a tear.
Actually, now that you say it, actually, I don't want to say I forgot Zai, but like when you put him up against Karn, I actually might. I mean, do I put Zai above Lighty? I might actually.
He's certainly capable of it.
No, and his build's like ready to go. Like it's just. I might agree with that. I'm not sure I put him above Karn or Lady, but if that's not my look, top 4 then. Like like that's the top 4. No question asked, right?
Karn's sort of a wild card.
Oh, he's a dark horse. He's a dark horse for me.
His build is really solid looking, and he's got basically everything he wants, but we haven't actually seen him do any of the end game content yet. So,
True.
like, for all we know, it could fall flat at the finish line. Everything looks good. It's all set up. Like, you know, like it's like the rocket is there on the launch pad, and it's all fueled, and everything looks great, and you've done all the prep and all that, but it could still explode before it gets into orbit.
Oh no, I am 100% biased with that one. Like I know how much he practices. I know how much he wants this. So I'm factoring in those things into my judgment. But I can understand why, like Zai already has proven himself. He's already done a lot of the bosses. He's ahead in points, right? Like strictly, like he is in a better position to win than Karn currently is. Yeah, I will give you that for sure. Like no doubt about that.
More proven after the boss fights we've seen
Correct.
today. So I'm hard pressed to kick Zai out of the top 3 for Karn, but I definitely do agree that Karn has a chance.
Correct. Yeah.
Like I'm not putting Karn out of the running. I just objectively it seems wrong to put him in the top 3 when we haven't seen an endgame boss yet.
And that's fair. I would agree with that. And look, Lollagate might win Marauder, but they won't win overall, right? I think it was Peep2 was me and Mr. Madicky when he said poison seismic trap. That's actually Zai's build. Yeah, like he's not like Mr. Madicky's not trolling you. Like he's playing poison exsanguinate and poison seismic trap build.
And it's really effective.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
Had at the very least as much damage as the crit variant.
Like
they were neck and neck.
If we don't see significant changes to I mean by significant I mean like 20 to 25% DPS loss. Like even if it's 10%, I'm fine with that on seismic trap and it works sanguinate. It's likely I'm gonna league start that. Like I had so much fun playing that this league. I only played it for a little bit, like 90 or something like that. But I just really love the playstyle. I love the build. So if like nothing crazy happens, I can see myself definitely league starting that. I know we're very far away, and 3.6 is changing like half the game systems in Path of Exile from what we've seen. But at just a glance, I'm pretty excited to delve deep on that. Oh no, okay. I'm not actually gonna delve, but you know what I mean. Go deep on that build. Yeah.
Speaking of delving, though, Karn is pretty close to the end of his point generation there. It looks like he ran out of fuel, so he's back to mapping over, presumably in Lex Proxima. I don't have every map memorized in terms of its region, because I'm bad at my job, I guess.
No. Come on. Give yourself some credit, buddy. Give yourself some credit, my god.
But
sorry, just one of the premier casters of the entire Path of Exile community. Oh god, no.
Apparently we have a clip of IMXL's rip if we want to watch it over, and I think there's a second clip from Kobe Black Mamba here too, so you have a couple clips to watch. We'll pull them up on screen.
Let's do it.
So this is Kobe Black Mamba first, who is playing a Toxic Rain build and doing some delving.
I mean, he came back really quick. I mean, I think he died twice already. I mean, maybe just the once, but it feels like he died twice. And
this is,
getting back to the top 5 in the ladder is not an easy thing to do, especially after like losing all your gear like that. But managing to get back up to the high 90s,
yeah, I figured that would get. This is like one of the most dangerous nodes in Delve. To be entirely honest, the golems that spawn here have just ridiculous base physical damage values on their rock tosses. And obviously with the extra proj, it's way harder to avoid. You're just kind of clenching and hoping that dodge or evasion works out for you against these guys a lot of the times. And that one on the left has an accuracy crit aura. So
I'm wondering if the clarity, like because he's using like the Celestial, I think Celestial Toxic Rain, if that's actually it didn't help. I mean, mind you, it is very visible. It's just the guy punching him in the face. But I mean, some of those previous hits before, he can't see the degen actually. Not that should matter too much, but yeah. That's unfortunate. I just instantly goes back to his character on in Lion Eye's watch, so probably ready for a reroll. But yeah, he's not happy about that. Like
you can see how many attacks come through from that golem on the left there. Every single one of those has the potential to do more than half of his health.
Yeah.
Like this is a super dangerous situation to be in. He's high rolling. It's not really high rolling. You have a lot of dodge, but he's rolling the dodge over and over and over again. So maybe he's lulled into a false sense of security. But that golem on the left is just death.
Yeah.
Like, that is the Grim Reaper there.
Terrifying. And
finally a hit gets through and he's chunked to a third by one hit from that dude.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess you, like, log from this node, but you don't really want to because it's, like, day 8 and you feel like you have to get the delve juice going, but yeah, that's just, that's tough. And I know Kobe's pretty disappointed in this gauntlet, and, well, I mean, at least in his last gauntlet performance. The man's, like, a top-tier racer. For those that don't know, he's had some hell of a showing previously, like just in Path of Exile's history. So he definitely wants to do better than he has. Right? It's just been a bit of a struggle getting his build off the ground lately.
And we have
packet loss. So he chose not to log because of packet loss. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense then.
Okay.
Thank you. Damn shame. Oh, and I'm Exile's Rip.
Which we saw live earlier, but we can watch Steele's reaction to it here. Though, can we listen as well? Does he have music? I'll check for you.
Please.
There doesn't seem to be any music. Should be safe.
All right, so I'll where's the sound here?
I log. Ah, they were so low. I should have logged.
Dude was so fucking close.
Yeah, he was.
It's over. Almost.
I don't have anything to add to
almost
that.
got it. Literally, like.
No! I was gonna log!
No!
I fucked up! Oh no,
I can see why he wanted to stay, you know?
Yeah.
Why didn't I log? Ah, they were so low.
And they're all like 15%. They're just outside of color range too.
Close.
When you see it again like this, like on repeat, it's actually so
almost.
close.
He's almost got it. Literally, like.
No.
I guess.
That's just heartbreaking. Every single rep from Exile has been heartbreaking this late, man.
And he was like, he even knew, he's like, I should have logged. Like he was thinking of logging and just didn't pull the trigger.
But like, you're so close.
I know.
If you can just get like 2 more traps out, you can kill that Minotaur. Like, I know that mental space that he's in right there, and I can sympathize with it. I've died to that myself.
I only struggle with the decision because he had a lot of portals. He had like, I think like 4 left or 3 left.
It takes a lot of discipline to not you know.
Tunnel
vision there.
Yeah. Well, like you feel like okay, I'm okay. Like you see, the thing is, if it doesn't shotgun him, he probably lives, right? Like he's fine. It's close though. Like, and again, who's to say? Like, you know, hindsight is maybe 2020. Or like, oh, what if he had logged, or what if this? It's in that moment, it's very hard to pull that trigger because you feel like, okay, they're so low. Let me just finish off the fight, please. Let me just get this down. And then like it's home sailing from this, but just not able to do it.
Yeah, like I don't know. You can't log at like every. The formed is so dangerous. You can't log at the first sign of danger because you'll start the formed fight and then log out immediately.
I think it's just you hear the Maven line and you see Hydra like charging and he knows he's far away from the fight, so he knows like the forks are gonna happen, like, and he probably knows the distance really, really well, so he's aware that like, okay, I'm in the danger zone here, but maybe like I think I'm just in between or something, I can avoid it, and just not able to. So I mean, look, there's nothing else we can say. We talked about it enough, but it's unfortunate, and it's a little bit gut wrenching even for us. I think like we really.
I wanted to see him do more fights with that build. It was popping off, man. He was doing really well.
Yeah, again, as Reddit Andy said, it's just, I sort of just read your name out. Reddit Andy said, he had no seismic charges left and no flasks. Yeah, like that. That's why he was. That's why he was probably thinking of logging. It was one of the contributing factors, right? He's like, oh, but maybe I can, because if he kills the boss, he gets the flask charges back, right? And two of them are within. If they're not color range, it's close. They're at like 15%. Like one more seismic trap, probably a couple X signs, and they're dead. It's really, really close. It's a tough call. Look, obviously, it's very easy to say like when you have like an hour to review a clip, but when you're in that moment, you just think, oh, I'm gonna stay in. I'm okay. Like there's no problem here. I'm like I think I can stay alive, and just dodge doesn't work for him, and just gets one tapped. He had multiple portals left. Yeah. I think he had. I thought he had more than one. I thought he had like 2 or 3.
Yeah, he could have gotten back into the fight. It wasn't his last portal at the very least. I don't
had,
remember precisely how many, but
he only had
wasn't
one.
The last one.
If he only had one after that, then I agree with staying in. If he only had one left, then I agree with staying in. Because you don't know if you're gonna get bopped down to like 300 life at some point and just need to log, right? You don't want to be in a position where you have to re-get all those fights again. If he only has one portal, then it's 100%. I think it's the right choice to stay in.
Steel's doing some lab farming?
You get Steel, not again, Steel. Like, come on.
What does he need? I thought he got...
Yeah, he has all the enchants.
Is he going for a helmet enchant now? Did he get inspired by Karn's success?
I really hope that's not the case. Yeah.
He did hit 2 spectral throw enchants in a row. Maybe he can get the 3rd one, the triple whammy for spectral throw.
I did see him get a twice enchanted just before this, so maybe he's just like, I got a twice enchanted. Let's see if I hit something big. But
well, he was spamming enchants, or he's spamming prophecies like purposely,
yeah.
like rotating through his wheel. So I imagine that was to get a twice enchanted, unless maybe there was some other prophecy he really wanted.
I mean, what are you looking for here? Like, obviously, okay.
He has the glove enchant though. He got that already.
Yeah, and we know the spectral shield throw enchant for like the small projectile charge is big, but that doesn't help you with single target.
Yeah, it's for clear.
His clear looks insane anyway.
So, maybe he's doing the multi-mod prophecy. That's a good point.
Oh, true. Cool pizza.
I don't know what he would need to multi-mod, but yeah, that does require you to run an Uber lab, I think.
Correct. Yeah. But again, even then, I don't think it's necessary. Like his gear looked insane last time I checked. Oh, he already has multi-mod unlocked. Any lab. It's any lab. Okay, but still, just an odd decision. Look, I mean, he obviously knows something that we don't. He also maybe just wants to take a little break. Maybe. His
chest is already multi-crafted, so that's not it. No, he's going for an enchant of some sort.
No.
We'll see what.
Maybe he wants to change out his boot enchant. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
I mean, after 13 hours of grinding for one thing and not getting it, I too would want to break and run some different content. Yeah. I don't know if lab would be my relax and take a break content.
No, not
personally, but to each their own.
Yeah, like traps are pretty scary. Like just goes about half there. It's exactly what we're talking about. Again, look. Steel's won a lot more races than I have. Who am I to say that this is wrong? But it just feels a bit odd. Like I can't really explain this decision.
I feel like lab would be the last thing in my priority list. I get really unhappy whenever there's a really good lab day because usually I've been stalling and avoiding doing lab, but like most builds want at least a decent boot enchant. So then, I can always just go, oh, lab isn't very good today. I guess I'll do it tomorrow. But then when you get that layout where it's just like, oh, no golden doors and all the dark shrines are in the main path, you don't have an excuse anymore. It's like, oh, god dang it. Fine. I guess I'll go get a boot enchant.
God damn, yeah. Or if Argus is in like the first room and you want to grind out that like you're 36 out of, or you're 40 out of 40, and just like, you feel so compelled to just do lab on those days, right?
I have never gone for that endgame grind. I'll do 100 every time over that. I'll do like 50 Sires fights over that.
That's fair. I know Don the Crown always goes for it. Like he's just like, I'll just buy like 400 things and he doesn't finish the lab though. He'll just go kill Argus and like leave. But to each his own. I will.
You know what you want to do? Turn off offerings. Yeah, just only go to Merc Lab Ascendancy on all of my characters in the future.
I mean, Path of Exile too, but I mean, I know it's like 2, maybe 3 years away, but that could very well be something that happens, right? I hope they don't get rid of Uber Lab though. I think it'd be a real shame to lose that bit of content. I know some players don't want it to get ascendancies behind it, But I think just having it as a whole, like having enchants stuff like that, it's such a cool system, and I really hope it stays around.
You I mean, there's a lot of flavor to Uber Lab too. I do really like. They released that like what is it? Is it like a lore book or a choose your own adventure style book or something based around
I think they
the
did,
Uber
right?
Lab? They did that a number of years ago, and they only released a small number of copies, so it's hard to find information on it sometimes. But it's really really neat. Like it's got all sorts of illustrations and tons of lore about Lab. It's actually really cool, and I it's probably my favorite thing about Lab because I don't really enjoy actually running it much.
you like the physical goods about Lab more than Lab itself? My God.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay, dude. That's pretty funny, actually. Oh, but actually, is Lollygate just progressing her into 10 ways here? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I think it already has the 10 points, but just maybe farming out the Maven fight from that rather than like the formed or anything like that. So we'll see. I maybe need some more jewels for her Cyrus 8 fight as well, because a lot of these players will not be going for the +1 from the Uncharted Realms, as getting the Guardian help node is just such an efficient way to minimize the Shaper and Elder RNG. So, you know, I mean, granted, you do get Watchstones just from from Maven as well. So, like, you don't need to do, like, 32 stones just from the Cyrus stuff. But I'd be surprised if you don't need at least, like, 28 or 26, right?
Yeah, there's some of the, like, some of the 10-way boss fights can be super rippy, too. Like, honestly, Conqueror kills can end up... There's a lot of RNG involved, so it really depends. It's hard to do a one-to-one comparison, but there are certainly some 10-way configurations that are a lot more dangerous than Conqueror fights. So getting your base Watchstones to fill out to get to Awakener 8, since that's a fight that's on the list that you have to do, does make sense.
I mean, look, the reality is there's still 70 hours, well, maybe like 68 now, or whatever you want to call it, hours left in the Gauntlet, so there's a fair amount of time. And a lot of these players, like, because it's the weekend, have a lot more free time now that they can sort of really grind out this stuff. So hopefully a lot of you in chat can so maybe grab some points and get that extra character to level 90, get an extra draw for those physical goods. I think there are auto ads rolling, oh my God, English is a very difficult language. Auto ads playing right now, but after that I will run a quick little CEO Zizaran commercial, which is about 15 seconds long. So I'll just give it a minute or two here.
Yeah, and there's no crazy exciting live content happening right now.
No, not yet.
Just generic endgame mapping and a little bit of lab running for
some
undiscernible reasons.
No, I'd love it if someone actually... Well, I mean, look, I guess we'll see if he just goes for the enchants, but it could just be like not wanting to waste his prophecy. Like, hey, look, with the Dark Runs, maybe I get 3 shots at a really nice enchant from my helmet. Why not just do it, right? I feel like that's the most likely scenario, but who am I to speak to Steel's intentions?
Can deleted characters participate in random draw? I didn't find a proper answer for this. If you delete a character after it's dead, I believe that's okay.
Correct.
If you delete a character that's still alive, then it's gone forever.
True. Or migrating out. Same thing, right? Because your character is removed from the leaderboard in those things. If a character dies, they are still on the leaderboard. But if you migrate out or delete a character that was still alive during the gauntlet, then you are removed from the draw.
My advice would, in general, be to avoid deleting it when possible, just so that it doesn't become potentially a problem, but you definitely don't delete it if it's still alive. We know that that's a problem.
Yes. And it's not because of our tracking system, it's just the way the GGG ladders actually work. It's if you delete your character while it's alive, it's as if it never existed. It just removes from everything. So, there's no way for us to track that you were actually in the league.
Yeah, whereas apparently dying leaves a mark. Which sounds pretty morbid, honestly.
When you put it like that, yeah, it sounds terrible.
And if you go out there and die, at least you'll be remembered for something. You die in glory. Whereas if you just delete your character, it's very Viking, honestly. You go out and die in battle, then you get to, even if your character is deleted, you're still remembered in Valhalla, as in the ladder. But if you delete the character while alive, it's like you died of old age. Or you don't get to pass on to heaven.
Or you're Wow, that's extra. I was gonna say like it's more like you're a deserter, right? You're just like leaving. You're just walking away. You're just erased from history as far as the rest of us are concerned. But yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, do not delete your characters if they were alive. to make a very long story short. I am gonna run this quick little. I know people just had ads and they're finished, but this is like a 15-second thing from Zizaran, and hopefully you enjoy it, guys.
Hi there! I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.
And we're back.
Welcome back.
Hey, chat.
Did the mean Mr. Advertiser man say nasty things?
There might have been threats involved.
Oh no!
I think shirts were involved. I think shop.zizaran.com was involved. But memes aside, this cast alongside all the work that production, which is actually a thing. I know it's a meme, but is actually a big thing. Like hundreds of hours of work do go into stuff like this. Every VOD, every boss kill, does get reviewed by staff, by people who have to take time out of the day to do this, and we do actually pay them because this is legitimately like a full-time gig, right? Just even getting into contact with GG to make this like a actual event that you can just join in the right-hand corner, so we don't have like 10,000 player limits or 20,000 player limits, which was a big issue for the Gauntlet. People weren't even able to join. It takes a lot of work, so thank you so much for your support, guys. Even just being here, even if you can't buy a shirt or you don't want to, or you don't want to sub, just being here in this stream or on Zizaran's channel or watching any of these guys competing is fantastic. So thank you so much for your support, guys. It means a ton to us.
Can Steel Mage handle Uber Lab? Will he? Oh, yep.
Yep. And Ziz ads are all powerful. Adblock does not nullify them.
Got a spectral throw in chat again.
Yeah.
That's his third spectral throw in chat.
That's the third. For those that don't know,
He did get 50 gifted subs just now. That's a pretty nice consolation prize.
The General's Cry thing would be huge for Lala Gate.
Oh yeah, it would.
Huge.
But not for Steel.
Not for Steel. Yeah, it does have to be spectral shield throw, not just spectral throw.
Yep.
You do not want the Scion base ability from the beach.
When I used to play D&D with my friends, we had a homebrewed spell called Typo, where you could change one word or letter in the name of a spell or creature or enemy, and we would do things like turn Pit Fiend into Pit Friend. I'm sure Steel would love to have that right now, to throw an extra word in there.
That's actually that's an awesome thing, actually. Like, that's actually a really cool thing. And Smite, I'm actually a big fan of Smite. I just wish that wasn't 15% and it was rather like 100%, but yeah, Smite's a really fun ability. Not what he's looking for, obviously, but nonetheless, a fun ability.
Yeah. There's... I don't know. I still don't really know why he's running lab. Is there just a whole bunch of utility enchants that he'd be happy to settle for? Because we talked about this earlier. Like, I guess you can go Blood Rage attack speed. You can go, like, dash extra charges, or Flame Dash cooldown recovery, because he's probably going to use Flame Dash instead of Dash in, like, the Sire fight and Maven fight. Shield charge attack speed, Enduring Cry minimum power, Pride. Like no, because Pride reduced reserve doesn't matter. Your blood magic.
Yeah, I mean, like even if you got 40% more like increased damage on spectral shield throw, which would be nice, right? It's not. It's probably like 3% more damage, maybe 4. No. Actually, it might be a bit more. Maybe, even if it's 5% more damage, it's not like it's this game-changing element that's going to make him suddenly endgame Uber Elder viable, right? I mean, he's probably is already. It's just, I guess it's nice if you have a Twice Enchanted, just go for it, but I don't know, like, I'm not sure I agree with the decision to go in there.
Given the bomb of 50 gifted subs as he got the Spectral Throw enchant, do you think that someone in his chat just bet him that he wouldn't get another one? And so he ran lab to see if it would happen? I don't know what's happening in Steel's chat because we don't get to see the chats or hear the streams, but I feel like that might be the case.
It's pretty funny. I mean, like, I don't know, Steel's a bit of a memer, so it's pretty damn funny that this is happening to him, but again, just not exact. Rides in the bottom right, which you guys can't see, actually goes low to about 3,000 life. Just cannot kill this boss. Yeah, see if I can get this action going quick. Yeah. His Herald of Agony is just trying to chip this boss down, but has gone... Oh, thank you. He went down to about 3,000 life twice fighting this Essence boss. Goes low again.
Quad Essence mobs are no joke, man.
My god. That was actually really spooky. It didn't give up, though. I mean, I imagine that was only the one attack that could pop him like that, but if it crits, that would have been really, really unfortunate for Res.
Even the golem that had summoned Undeath did some decent damage to him. And he's got like 7k life here on this build, and this is just Jug Herald of Agony things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's Bemeth. The blue pack summoned a Bemeth. That's very scary.
Not what you want to see. As it turns out, DD is a very scary mechanic, and Bameth, even though he does telegraph it nowadays, still insane.
I mean, even his split arrow can do some chunky damage in Gauntlet, especially if your Chaos Res isn't up to snuff, because I think it's 50% converted to Chaos.
And an Oddlog in chat mentioned he didn't get to 90, but at least he tried. Exactly. This is your first league ever playing the game. Forget about Gauntlet, right? Give yourself some credit that not only did you get to Act 4 and Act 5, like you don't even know how most of the mechanics in the game work. And that's not me trying to rag on you. There's just so much in this game. It's for one person to absorb in one league. It's impossible, right? Like legitimately every day of this cast, I've learned something from either Chad or Octavian. It could just be a little thing, right? Maybe not massive game mechanics or overhauls, but I didn't realize the pagan boss when it was the curse that triggered that Nova, right? So to give yourself some credit, Oddlog. Like you put on a hell of a showing, and you really sort of persevere. Like a lot of players get very disheartened by those early sort of rips, but you're taking it to stride, and hopefully, like in a gauntlet or two, we're gonna see you in the top 5, and that would be awesome.
And going back to regular Path of Exile after this is going to feel like taking the training weights off, man.
It does. Like that.
It's going to be so easy.
That is actually something that happens with Gauntlet though. Like in last Gauntlet I was able to play a lot more, and the second I went into the next this league start, I was like, oh my god, like everything's moving so slowly. Like Innocence is a joke. I felt like I had so much time to do everything, and it is legitimately the feeling that you just described, like taking off those training weights. Like the game, like you're so used to these turbo mechanics, and you have to dodge everything. Oh, damage is incoming everywhere. That you're able to sort of breeze through the campaign very easily, and that will actually probably make you a better player and speed up your campaign leveling. At the very least,
definitely.
Yeah.
It's trial by fire, and
very much so.
Oftentimes that will teach you the most. But in answer to the question in chat, there is technically a small amount of chaos damage in lab, but it's not too terribly relevant. The dart traps will do some poisons, so yeah, that's chaos damage. But outside of that, I don't think there's any.
Yeah, it's mostly like a lot of physical. At least from the traps, right? I know Azaro Azaro has a lot of different like elemental stuff, but it's a lot of physical damage in the lab. Because they didn't want like something like CI, which was when Gauntlet was not Gauntlet. When Labyrinth was originally released, CI was this insane mechanic. I mean, ES in general and CI was like a very dominant piece of the meta. So they really didn't make any mechanics since then, like pure chaos damage. Even like something like Chayula, like in Breach League, which is like the chaos boss, does a ton of physical. Otherwise, you would just equip CI and just walk into the fight and be immune to everything. They're very aware that mechanic exists, and they do plan around it when they build things like this.
The olden days of how a leech builds.
20,000 ES, feeling pretty safe, dude.
Yep. Defensive layers? Why would you need that when you have tons of HP and instant recovery?
Yeah, it was like back in the day, like getting a few 100,000 DPS was like an insane build, and even then they were able to stand in Shaper's Beam and just sit there, and just like ignore everything. It was kind of insane. It's wild to see where we come, but it's also a very different landscape, right? Like bosses weren't a part of the guaranteed progression necessary, right? Like now you have to kill conquerors to progress your Atlas. You never actually had. I mean, granted, Guardians and Shaper and other Guardians were like a part of the story campaign, but you never actually had to engage with that content if you didn't want to.
Bossing has been interwoven a lot more with progress, yeah.
Which is, I think, a good thing, by the way. I think the boss fights are an incredible addition to Path of Exile, and they're a lot of fun, but it means there is a bit more of a DPS check in Path of Exile, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can even look at regular mapping content, and there's things like red beasts, and there's things like
Yeah.
interventions. There's things like, I don't know, what would be another super high health enemy, quad or quintuple essence mobs, but those were around back then. There's a lot more things in maps that are going to demand bursty single target and high mitigation
Yeah.
from you than back in the day when you could run Gorge and it would be nothing but maybe a couple blue packs and a rare
Gorge.
mob.
A lot of players will never know the glory that was Gorge. Essentially, just a straight line of a map that like some players completed in like 25 seconds, 15 seconds. Oh, yeah,
Good old-fashioned George maps.
Oh my!
My first level 100, I leveled to 100 in T13 Gorge maps. It took a very long time.
So much fun. I mean, you weren't able to really target farm maps as much as you are now, but God, it was a great time. Great time. This is pre. I'm even talking pre like Elder Ring and all that stuff. Like it just great. Now, but Lily is playing Detonate Dead Necromancer. With Detonate Dead, you are using Unleash and Spell Cascade linked to your main gem, so you can pop like 12 corpses at once. Yeah.
Oh god, I shouldn't laugh. I'm looking at Steele's like content tab where he puts all his like high level bosses. He still doesn't have the Elder Guardian maps. He's got a Maven's Writ completed and like multiple sets of Shaper maps there, it looks like, but he only has the 2 lonely Elder Guardian maps.
No, but not just that, but he has nearly 3 full Elder sets, just hasn't experienced 1 Eradicator.
Yeah. From Zana missions, probably getting those fragments. As they're still worth running, you need to do Uber Elder eventually, so you want to get the Elder fragments to get to that point, but my god, this is painful. It was funny for a little bit, but it's just painful now.
Yeah, that's not fun. I mean, I know Mexel was talking about it too. He's like, he hates the twisted RNG, like the Elder Guardian RNG, because for those that don't know, with the Shaper Guardians, you can orb a horizon into the other Guardians, but you cannot do that with Elder Guardians. So obviously, like, they just inhabit a map, like the way it works. So you can change which map they inhabit, but the actual Guardian, the Elder Guardian that's inhabiting that map, does not change.
By the way, a little bit of a...
It'd be cool if you could Bless Orb that. I mean, you can't.
Yeah,
but that
would be nice.
But that would be a really cool mechanic. That would be like awesome.
Interesting little bit of tech if you're in hardcore and you want to get completion done on some rippy maps. So if something like Bramble Valley or Silo, some map with a really dangerous boss, is a natural map on its tier and is a high enough tier to be occupied by Elder Shaper Guardians or Elder Guardians. So essentially, if it's a natural T14 plus map, you can Horizon Orb into it, and then the Elder spawn will kill the map boss and replace it with the Elder Guardian. So if you'd rather fight Purifier than Bramble Valley boss, which personally I would 100% of the time rather do a Purifier than a Bramble Valley, then you can Horizon Orb into the Bramble Valley on your Purifier map, and you get the completion still, but you never have to fight the Bramble Valley boss. That is assuming, of course, that Bramble Valley is a natural T14 plus, which I don't think it is this league, but it was last league, and might be in the future.
I mean, the only thing that would be a bit spooky, because you have to get the full completion, you'd probably want to it needs to be rare and Vald, so you got to be ready for a very spooky Elder Guardian fight.
You are risking that Guardian kill. It might brick to an 8 mod map that you can't run.
Oh yeah, but at least
so there's a bit of opportunity cost there.
But you guarantee the actual completion of that map and that tier, so you might sacrifice the one Guardian map, but at least you never have to fight Bramble Valley, which is just I mean, that boss just feels kind of out of tune to me. It kind of feels like a little bit insane. Is it possible for the Guardian to inhabit a map that is not inside your map pool? So the Elder Guardian maps, like, you drop the map and it'll say inhabited by Constrictor or Purifier. So even if it's a map you don't have on your Atlas, like the actual map itself, like you drop the map, right? So it can inhabit, I believe, any map. Well, not Val Temple, but every regular dropping map outside of uniques.
Yeah, they'll show up on natural tier maps.
Exactly.
So like things that are natively T14 plus.
Hopefully that answers your question, Cowabunga. If it doesn't, please ask again. Maybe I'm not understanding exactly what you need, but it can inhabit any map.
Still just got to open the same strongbox 3 times in a row. Can he get number 4? Oh, dang it.
Hey, free mobs. No.
He got a map drop out of it.
No, I'll take it.
Glennock has some pretty powerful nodes. The Strongbok ones
Yeah,
are actually
you and me today, eh? Just English, dude. Whew, tongue-tied.
You talk for 4, 8, 12 hours a day, it does start to catch up with you.
Yeah, no kidding. especially the speed at which I talk, which I am actually trying to slow myself down when I'm on the cast, but million miles an hour sometimes.
You can Vol Orb an Elder map and get a Vol Temple with Elder until I completed a couple leagues ago. I didn't know that was a thing. That's kind of neat.
That is very cool.
I thought when transforming to a new map, it would lose the Elder implicit or whatever it is.
Yeah,
The Elder effect.
So did I, actually.
It's neat. Admittedly, I do just have this one person's word in chat to go off of here, but I don't see why they would lie.
No, I mean, like, if you can do that, that's awesome. It's not, again, it's not something I typically do. I don't Val my Elder Guardian map, so it's not a mechanic I've like maybe ever experienced.
Yeah, you wouldn't run into it by accident.
No.
Karn is very close to depth 300, though. I just want to full screen him to check out how his progress is going here. Maybe watch one of the nodes and see how deadly it seems.
Looking really good. Like, the blind on those sandstorms looking so smooth. There is another enchant that you can get on the Bladestorm. Obviously, +1 Bladestorm overall, way more DPS, but Sandstorm movement feels really nice just for map clear.
He actually rolled that earlier and decided to not pick it up.
Huh.
Because he didn't want the... Oh, he's just going to log after getting the completion. That makes sense.
Right.
No reason to sit there and let those mobs potentially chunk you.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, the movement, the faster movement is great if you're playing a more min-maxed version that you can like potentially get higher DPS on, but he felt like he wouldn't have the damage for it to kill things in the shorter time frame that it was hitting them.
Fair, yeah. I mean, I can also imagine it'll move past through the boss faster, so his blind won't be up as long. But I just, if you're just mapping with that and you have like the DPS and software trade, it's a nice option. I think, look, +1 Bladestorm, it's still better, but it's not a bad option, and kind of cool that it has these really fun enchants. Like, it's one of these skills that every enchant on it, I mean, bar the maybe damage one, it just has these wonderful fun interactions. I really wish every skill had that, but it's not always easy to do, right? Like something like Essence Drain we talked about, it's just cast speed and damage. I think those are the two enchants, which is kind of boring, but maybe you go for but in that case maybe you go for Malevolence, like Reservation, or you go for something else. So there's every build has hopefully at least one option that sets them apart from the rest.
It's got a spicy alt quality too. I love some of I love some of the alt qualities where they just decided, screw it, let's just make something funny.
Yeah.
Where they just gave sweep 2% chance to deal triple damage.
So much fun.
Or the item rarity support that has a chance to create a coin shower on kill, which doesn't do anything. It's cool. Like
just cool.
It's just a visual effect. I'm pretty sure. Like the coin shower does not have any impact. It's just you can make shinies.
Yeah.
Yay!
I mean, like, hey, look, I'm a huge fan of the alt gems. I think that's one of the coolest things they've done in Path of Exile, maybe ever. Oh, I think the dog's barking. Sorry about that. But
that's okay.
But overall, I think I kind of wish they leaned more into it. I wish there was other ways outside of heist to get alt gems. I think that would have been a really cool thing for things like ritual or things like ultimatum to like grant you as rewards. And I know we don't want to sort of dilute like the unique pool of items from specific encounters. Like, we know catalysts can only drop from Metamorph, and now also well they should only drop from Metamorph, but now they also drop from ritual. They drop from ultimatums, and like GGG are trying to rectify that. They only want you to do the content that you're intending. They only want you to engage with the content that is intended to give you that specifically. But I think alt gems...
They want it to be the best source, yeah.
Yeah, but I think alt gems, they could break that rule for that. And I think that would be... Like, leave the base types, leave the replica uniques. But alt gems are such a big part... Like, gems are how you make your character. Like, that's how you... Generally, you choose what skill do I want to play, and then you're like, okay, well, which ascendancy fits it? But the base skill that you really want to play, and the playstyle that you want to create is like the identity of your character. So it would be cool to see these different alt gems, and maybe even make some of them more interesting, right? Overall, it would be nice to have a bit more accessibility for them.
I do wish they'd also cut down on some of the less interesting, just kind of
attack speed,
flat alt quality ones, and maybe gone for a few less gems overall, but more spicy ones. Like,
like different.
Is anybody gonna
conversions,
cry?
Yeah.
Is anybody gonna cry if Explosive Trap loses its burning damage alt quality?
No.
Is there somebody out there playing Explosive Trap Ignite? Because if you are, I really want to talk to you. I'm interested, man. I want to see that build.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, look, I completely agree. I would love to see just some different mechanic, like even something like just conversion. right? Maybe lets you play the build a bit differently, right? Like all 100%. Okay, let's talk about before I talk about more gems, but let's talk about conversion here. I think GGG are under the impression that like having like 40% conversion to something it makes is like, oh, people are gonna try this. If I don't get like 95 to 100% conversion on something, I don't want to play the build. Like, oh look, yeah, Full Tactic Rift 60% conversion. Okay, I guess I'm never touching the item again. And that's a me thing. That's maybe a me problem, but that just feels terrible to me.
We just need more lightning to chaos conversion in the game in general, but that's a different discussion.
Oh yeah.
In terms of what Karn is doing before these runs, by the way, he's slapping that orb, which gives him rage because he's hitting it with chain hook, and every time you hit an enemy with chain hook, you gain a point of rage.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you for bringing us back on topic. I do the Great Rambler as I've sort of nicknamed myself here, but his content's looking really good. 285 only has maybe. I think he will have to refuel. He only has about 4,600 soul fight left, if I'm reading that correctly. If not, like hopefully, I mean, if he can get the depth, great. But I think he will have to refuel at least once, unless that's 1,500.
Yep.
It's hard to see with his chat in the way.
Damage is still looking perfectly fine though.
Buttery smooth.
Not hitting a wall at all. So I think the depth to 300 will be pretty darn smooth for him, unless he runs into some pen or crit nodes that he's going to have to traverse around.
And also, by the way, he has 200 more life than we last saw him. 261 life. We saw him at 81, just under 8,100. Now sitting at nearly 8,400. So I wonder if it was just like a level up from. Although no, he's at 90%, so he's about to tick over. So it must have upgraded a piece of gear or something. Huh. Very cool.
Yeah, and in answer to the question in chat, try a Shield Crush General's Cry if you want to do G Cry without the Red Blade, because Red Blade is just actually terrible in that build, so you don't want to use it anyways. So you want to go for like a rare shield with super high armor.
I mean, the reality is for General's Cry, and correct me if I'm wrong, Octavian, since you are a resident expert, for every I guess Shield Crush is the only melee skill that scales off shields outside of Shield Charge, but
Shield Charge. Yeah.
You want to use Red Blade Banner for that infinite power, which is just such a strong mechanic on that build, right? I mean, you'd be hard pressed to change it out, at least until very late game, right?
There are some G-Cry setups that go for two-handers. G-Cry slams, which actually didn't really get hit by the slam nerfs that hard because you couldn't use seismic anyways, so you don't care about that change. Mm-hmm. Those will often go for two-handed setups. There's variants I've seen that go for like staves and block scaling as well. But if you're doing one hand and shield, yeah, it's hard to beat Red Blade Banner unless you're doing Shield Crusher Charge.
Yeah, makes sense. I appreciate the info. Again, not a build it's not a build I am very familiar with. Super fun, but just not something I've delved into a lot, which obviously you have. I think you said you did 4 or 5 of these different builds, so very, very cool.
G-Cry is just something I always come back to. I tried it once and got hooked. I've played Earth Shatter, Charge Dash, Blade Flurry, and I want to do shield skills next.
Oh no, I think it's going to be pretty interesting for you because you haven't done like a pure like phys damage ability, so it's going to really tweak the gear that you can that you want, right? So it's kind of nice, and maybe lets you to be a bit greedier with your damage on the Ascendancy, right? Maybe you go for Aspect of Carnage and then take very defensive shield nodes on the tree, right? Which both scale your damage and your defensive layer at the same time, which is such a benefit, right?
One of the nice things about the shield charge variant is if you can get the boots that Lala has been trying to craft this whole time, the Corpse Walkers, you can then you don't need to do the Cyclone Castwall channeling setup in order to spam your Desecrate as you're moving around. So that frees you up to then self-attack with shield charge. And you can get some like pseudo 5-link gloves or pseudo 5-link helmet and actually get like pretty darn solid clear out of it by just charging around yourself to clear things. And then either the G-Cry clothes will handle anything that doesn't survive or that does survive your shield charge initial hit, because they'll just get summoned and slap it with crush or charge themselves. It's a very effective build at that point. Like just all around, it actually gets some decent clear speed as well as single target, but that's not easy to accomplish in solo self-found because the boots are not that common.
No,
they do enable that swap.
They most definitely are not. We see Lollagate literally trying to do every single thing possible to get these boots, heisting like an insane amount just for more uniques. We saw them go into literally into not Labyrinth. Oh my god, into the Incursion Temple, and just try and sacrifice boots to try and get them like that. Everything possible to squeak out uniques, and not able to get them. And they are like a 1C unique in trade, not, you know, because they're just not used by a lot of builds, even though they are powerful for this one particular case, and even though they are rare, there's definitely an oversaturation compared to like demand, right?
In a trade league, the boots also enable you to get more sustain by running the timeless jewel, or not timeless jewel, sorry, the delirium unique jewel, the unique cluster jewel. Cluster was what I was forgetting. The unique cluster jewel, Kitava's Hunger or Kitava's Teachings, which then every second you consume a corpse and regain life and mana. If you haven't consumed a corpse recently, you do take increased damage, but if you're wearing the boots, you create corpses passively while moving, so you always have them nearby to consume, and you will very easily have the upside without ever experiencing the downside. Between that, if you're doing self-attack shield charge, you can leech off that, and then on top of that, you also have the recovery on Warcry node on the tree, and you Warcry more, like you Warcry once every like 1.8 seconds. You have really, really good recovery on the build. It's one of the reasons why it's so good in the Maven fight in particular, because you have the advantage of passive damage while you're running around. Like you can just focus on dodging. Your clones are going to get summoned by the boots and the instant Warcry, and they'll do your damage while you're dodging, so you can avoid the laser beam super easily. But if you do get tagged by a laser beam, the instant recovery from the Warcry and from the jewel do not get turned off. So you still have like more than half, if not even more than that, of your recovery, even if you screw up and touch one of the anti-recovery beams.
That's kind of insane. Wait, really? Oddlog? Apparently Garath... Can we pop Garath on screen? Apparently he just got a skull belt.
Not currently showing it off, though.
Maybe, did he get it in the lab?
Do we have a clip? Yeah, it could technically have just dropped now with the changes they made last league. We'll pull him down here into the four-way screen so we can watch other folks. Oh, Karn is full. Oops.
No. Sometimes we get some technical difficulties. But again, talking about this these Corpse Walker techs from the G-Cry builds, which Lollygate is trying to enable. Obviously, when you're spinning with Cyclone, you are considered moving. But is there like a minimum distance you have to move to cause these corpses to spawn, or can you just barely move out, move with your character to sort of have them trigger? Because I find with a lot of these things like Abrath's hooves and stuff, there is like a minimum distance. You got to spin around the boss at the very least. You can't just sort of slowly trickle forward.
I'm not actually sure on that.
Okay.
If it works similarly to Abrath's hooves, then it might be tied to the step animation, which would mean that you maybe don't even generate them while cycloning. When I was playing a variant using the boots, I didn't have a cyclone cast while channeling Desecrate at any point, so I never tested them both together to see if they functioned at the same time. Well,
it was more just like I wanted to... In my mind, I was thinking, okay, Corpse Walker boots, use Cyclone, use it for Fortify, maybe Blind, and then like a Cull. You know, I was still thinking like make it a big utility, life gain on hit or something like that. But you know,
you definitely could. I played a champ variant of the build, so I just had passive Fortify,
I see.
and I ran a Redeemer chest piece with Blind as an aura, so it wasn't necessary.
You got the same thing.
The whole point of the character that I made specifically was to bring down Maven. It's the first build I ever killed Maven with in hardcore, so I wanted everything to be passive. My life recovery was passive. My damage was passive as I ran around. Fortify, passive. Blind, passive. I literally didn't have to do anything except just dodge Maven's abilities. That was the entire thing I did on that build. It was like the point that I made the character.
And you got the kill, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So it worked. I think I am checking out on the interaction. I think it does work with Cyclone.
Real Nito says it does, and I trust Real Nito because he has done a lot of experimentation with this build. He was one of the first people to play the Shield Cry, or Shield Charge General's Cry. You could call it Shield Cry for short. And also has been participating in the Gauntlet this time around as a Pathfinder Caustic Arrow Poison build, using greater volley projectile, or using greater volley support with ballistas to stack hits from overlapping AoEs from Caustic Arrow to stack poisons, and is rank 1 Pathfinder with it. Like, it's one of the spiciest builds in the Gauntlet.
Very spicy.
Really cool.
That's
props to Nito.
I kind of wish you were streaming. I wish we could pop that build on here. Like, that sounds awesome.
He does have a YouTube video on it, but it's
very cool.
If you want to look it up, I suggest go to check out Real Nito.
Well, Real Nito,
he's got a great channel.
If you want to link that if you want to link that, Nito, please do, and we can enable you at least to pop that on in chat. I think that's awesome. Very, very cool.
I think the goal for Nito was just pushing to 90, so I don't know if there will be boss kill attempts.
Fair.
But
Still, you know what? It's a damn cool mechanic. So I'm very happy. Someone's made a video about it. I'm definitely gonna check it out after the stream. Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Let me pop our. I'm gonna pop our faces back on here. How's everybody doing? Hey, everybody. We're still here.
yeah. For those of you who don't know, the AoE explosion that Caustic Arrow causes can overlap.
Yeah.
It's similar to Arctic Breath in that way. Sorry, what's it
Creeping
called?
Frost.
Creeping
Yeah, I got you there. I'm causing your downfall here because I keep calling Creeping Frost, but.
So if you use volley and scale some proj, you can cluster the projectiles close enough together that with some AoE scaling, like what Pathfinder gives, you get overlapping hits from the various explosions. And because you're scaling poison, the less damage multiplier to proj damage from greater volley doesn't actually apply. So you're just getting a thick damage multi out of it from all the extra hits that it's providing. He has like a 200 or 300 DPS bow with an Elder mod and a 5-link, and he's like doing yellow maps in Gauntlet.
Not hey,
Kind of crap gear otherwise. Like, I'm not trying to rag on him, you know.
But, I mean,
Like, he's got solo self-found garbage gear.
I mean, the fact that you're putting a build like that, which okay, it's not a meme because it's working, but a lot would consider before testing it, like, oh, okay, this is a bit of a meme build, maybe it won't work. Actually working in the Gauntlet, maybe not to kill some of these in-game bosses, but at least getting to level 90. Yeah, proof is in the pudding, right? It does work, right? It might not be the best option. It may not be new player friendly. It may not it may not even be boss viable. But it's pretty damn cool that you can showcase it.
It's a build as well that had tons of room to scale, because I also think he didn't have Uber Lab, so he was missing like a big chunk of attack speed out of the Ascendancy. Like, it's got so many different scalars. You can scale it through max totem count. You can scale it through max proj count. You can scale it through AoE, causing more overlap. You can scale it through the traditional poison scalars, so like faster poison or dot multi or lowering enemy res. You can scale it through pierce, allowing for one additional hit. You can, like,
there's a lot of things you can do.
It's pretty ridiculous. The top end potential of a build like that has that many scalars, a better weapon too.
Yeah.
Like, I can see in a trade league that kind of build getting millions of DPS.
I mean, it used to be called Poison Hour, right? So maybe now it's can actually poison people now. It's just kind of cool.
It's mechanically really, really powerful, and demonstrating that by being strong enough in such a limited and harsh environment to actually push to 90 with. Yeah. Like, if a build can reach 90 in Gauntlet on a 5-link with a crap weapon and no Uber Lab, it's a pretty good idea of a build. Like, it's a good core concept.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be able to like be #1 in DPS, but it could, or anything like that. But it is definitely a proof of concept. And actually, more than that, it actually, as you said, it's a viable option for people to play, right?
But back to what we've got on screen. Sorry, I went off on a little bit of a rant there. It's a really cool build. Real Nito has a accurate name. He makes real neat builds. We have Lab being run by Garatha, and do we have a clip in the tool? Did we get baited earlier, or does Garatha actually have a Happy Skull belt?
I'm not too sure, but we did have a question in Sheba from Misty Menace. What do you guys think about Expedition giving high-level bases with having to do high-level dangerous content?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too.
I feel like I need to justify it, maybe.
Me too.
Like, you still have to do quite a lot of grinding, and that will usually take you into some more dangerous waters to get the crafting materials to make something useful out of that base in the first place. And I don't think the frequency is so high that it's like busted. Like, you aren't getting an influence base every other roll. It's like maybe every few dozen at most, right?
Yeah. I think I agree. I think it's a good thing for the game. I also think it enables SSF and hardcore players that have to have a little bit more control over their character. Like, you know, okay, like I want to grind up this one piece, but I really feel like I can't break into yellow maps or into red maps, especially in 3.15, where a lot of people were struggling from that change from going from yellow to reds. So maybe you stay in tier 10s or tier 8s for longer than you would like, but now you're level 92, 93, and you're like, God damn, I'm still so far away from these endgame bases, which I might need, like the eye level for my weapon, or the eye level for a specific mod on my chest, or something like that, right? It is nice to have another option to get there, I also understand the argument that it devalues bases in general, but my argument to that is that bases are devalued so much right now. Like these days, if you're not crafting on not just the T1 base type, but it's not influenced correctly, it's garbage, right? I mean, the only exception to that this league was like the shields, because it didn't matter. It was just like there were so many people playing shield builds in general that like colossal shields were just super expensive if you got the eye level for them. But overall, I think giving normal base types and like having easier access to the higher eye levels doesn't matter. Getting influence on them does, but it's still incredibly rare, as Octavian said, so it's more like a little lottery ticket, and you probably want influence bases on every piece of gear nearly in your end game setup. So maybe not a problem, but in the context of maybe in the context of Path of Exile in its current gearing and item drop stuff, I think it's fine.
Steel dropped another Shaper Guardian map.
Oh
You got
no!
a Forge of the Phoenix.
Oh no!
It's just so ridiculous at this point, man.
Yeah, that's
I feel defeated for him.
damn.
Steel will never be defeated, though. He's a soul.
Oh, it was something called Goratha's cosplay. It wasn't actually Goratha that got the headhunter.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we want to see Garatha finish this lab run, though?
Oh yeah, leave him on screen, of course. We'll pop Lollagate back on after. I'm so happy we were able to watch Lollagate. See this, like, we really haven't had a lot of build overlap on the stream. I mean, obviously, like, there are people playing the same builds, but it hasn't been like that. We've had 3 of the same build at all times on stream, which is a really nice change to last time around, when there were like 2 very dominant, well, 1 very dominant build, but played by a multitude of different classes, right?
Out of all of the boss kills, Shield Throw Glad has claimed the most boss kills.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping today that the Seismic Trappers would take back a few, and they did. Zai did a great job, but Exile's Rip has kind of put a damper on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Zai doing a ton of work, but got a long way to go before he's finished with this race. Right, there's some really scary bosses coming up, but he says he is essentially prepped for a lot of them. I think he needs to get 1 more fight, and then he's just going to do back-to-back bosses. So there should be a lot of submissions, if not later today, early tomorrow.
Apparently, a bunch of people are confused about Exile's Rip and asking whether he did, so I will play the clip again here.
Yeah.
This is a formed fight, and it is a nasty way to go, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. The bosses were really, really low, and he was thinking about logging as well, but just doesn't pull the trigger in time. Didn't have his flasks up, had 1 portal left. Yeah.
Yeah, the clip that we have is Steel watching the rip. So that's why Steel is there. He wasn't... I mean, I don't think he was watching the stream for moral support at the time, but maybe.
Actually, we have a submission, a boss submission from Fightgar, and I'm gonna pop it on stream. That's awesome. I kind of want to see all of the boss. Can you actually send me the link, Mr. Matic? Yeah, I'm lost in my Discord. I'm part of too many different channels.
There it is.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy.
Let me know when you hit play. I'm at 0.
Yeah. Perfect. We'll drag this over. Thank you, production. Or Mr. Matic, I should say. Should be ready in... Alright, change over to the browser. Full screen. Alright, in 3, 2, 1, play. So this is an Elder fight by the one and only Fightgar, who I think, if he's not first Marauder right now, it's second or third. He's really close behind Lollagate, but he's now actually attempting the bosses, so this might actually put him ahead.
And he's doing War Chief Totems with Protector Totems. They're both in 6 links.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we sadly can't put audio on some things. We don't know if DMCA is an issue. I'm not sure it is for this one, but...
Yeah, no music on this one. I have the audio on my side, so you should be able to unmute it if you want to.
Oh, awesome. Actually, let's do that then.
You can hear Marauder Warcry shouts every few seconds when the Enduring Cry goes off.
Awesome.
Hey,
Hey, that was a really good, actually, rendition. Looking pretty good. Able to put his DPS up. Really not doing a lot compared to some of these other builds we've seen, like Zai's Trapper or I'm Exiles even. But hey, if it works, right?
Yeah, no, the DPS looks more than good enough for the fight. Fairly respectable. Like not chunky demolish him immediately level of DPS, but for being as off meta as what appears to be Pure Fizz, War Chief, and Protector Totem Chieftain, this is very good damage.
Apparently there is some spicy stuff later on, but for now we're just gonna have a look and see what happens. Looking really good, keeping his totems up. I really like just, you know, being able to really focus on dodging the abilities. A fight I'm sure Fightgar is very familiar with.
And he's he could be actually a bit higher damage here. He could be in the Blood Stance if he wanted to with Flesh and Stone. But I think he does have Maim in the links for
And
his
he's choosing, I think, to let Shaper die here.
He's not opting to kill the portals, yeah. So if Shaper survives, you can get a Watcher's Eye. If he dies, you cannot. But you can still beat the fight, even if Shaper dies. Like,
correct.
it does not count as not having won, it's just you don't get a Watcher's Eye. And it's not like you really need the Watcher's Eye.
It's a viable strategy. It still counts for the kill. It's all good. You don't have to get a... But,
This count is killing Shaper. No, I think you still have to do the Shaper fight for points.
yes. I actually, you know what though? I actually really like the strat. I mean, some people might say it's a bit cheesy or whatever, but as we can see, his DPS really isn't insane. So I kind of, I don't mind it. I think just let him do his thing. You don't have to fight Shaper and Elder in that odd phase. Let him die, and just focus on Elder in this final phase.
Yeah. If you never imprison Elder, then you never have to deal with the super spam phase at the end.
Exactly.
The Elder's free here, so he's doing his normal round of abilities. And
Yeah.
it does lead to a much cleaner ending to the fight.
Yeah, just doesn't not want to deal with that insanity at the end.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Yeah, precisely that in answer to the question of why not kill these, though. Because the final phase with Imprisoned Elder is arguably much more dangerous than anything else in the fight.
Correct. And as we saw, like, you know, he didn't have bad DPS, but I really respect it. He realizes the threshold at which of what his build is capable of and decided, hey, look, I'm good. I don't need a Watchstar. What are the odds I actually hit something good? Very close to 0, so just forget about it.
Oh, and Garatha has his Uber Lab fight just in time.
Awesome.
May as well full screen it. It's not the most dangerous fight out of what we've been watching today, and I think he's perfectly fine to handle it. But we'll see what enchant he gets. We get to see the Gamba.
I want to see if I mean, he already has his Uber Lab though, right? It's just he's just going.
I'd be surprised if, unless he already has a really good boot enchant, I'd be surprised if he doesn't pick up the Stun Avoid. Though he is stun immune on the Occultist because he always has Energy Shield.
Correct.
Because of EV Mind Over Matter with the helmet now, right? So I guess it's not as relevant. But he grabs it for potentially a reroll. I don't know if there's a reroll that you have in mind at this point in the league. Unless you want to push the Scion ladder. Yeah, maybe.
With 70 hours left, that's bold. That's a bold move, Cotton. That's
Maybe.
a very bold move.
A lot of people died on it.
All right.
Let me go look at the Scion ladder. Actually, I'll pull it up on my other monitor here.
Perfect. I'm actually going to swap Lala Gate and Garatha here. We keep talking about General's Cry and how hype we are about it. Definitely one of the fan favorites, at least for us. So, might as well have them on screen.
Oh, Son of Seven has pushed to the rank 1 Scion overnight.
Awesome. Actually, do we...
It's actually rank 12 overall now. Wow. Okay, a Scion ladder isn't free. Scion ladder isn't free at all. Son of has done a really good job of pushing.
I was gonna say, do we have can we check Jungron? If he's, let's see if he's online here. I'm gonna check him on the bottom right. Is not, but would you mind? I wouldn't mind checking out on the ladder because we saw his Hierophant gear is just absolutely insane. Had a corrupting blood immunity, Rain of Splinters, had like a 6-link. Soul Mantle had a ton of other stuff as well that off the top of my head I cannot remember, but it was very, very impressive.
Trying to find him at the moment. I don't know the account name that I'm looking for. It doesn't seem to be Younggrown because I'm not.
No, it's like a Jezzy or something, but yeah.
Oh, okay, I see it then. Yeah, he doesn't have his name in either his account name or his character name, so it was a little hard to find. But he is ranked 4 Hierophant overall.
Oh my! So he's sped up real quick because I don't think he even had a leveled Hierophant when he died the other day. So in the last like 48 hours or 36 hours, he's in a top 5 position. Awesome. Big fan as well.
He's got the 5-link Soul Mantle, a Recovery Unblock Shield, a couple of reduced curse effect rings, and a nothing else too crazy. It looks like reduced effective chill boots, making him chill and freeze immune. That's pretty nice. Yeah, just some solid rares in most of the other gear slots. The shaper rings are the real prized possession, I'd imagine.
Phoenix Zero asked an interesting question, wondering if Steel is planning a reroll to Hyro. I think I can answer this pretty definitively. Steel probably won't reroll until he finishes all the bosses, or he dies. At this point, there's only 70 hours left in the race, maybe 68, because we're nearing the end of the cast. But he like his build's really strong, and he's done most of the bosses. He has most of the bosses actually prepped. He's just farming for an Eradicator and maybe one other Elder Guardian, just for the Twisted fight.
Yeah, I think it was Eradicator and Slaver or something like that.
But he has everything else prepped, so until he at least attempts those things on this character, he's not going to reroll. I know he does have gear prepped for a Hyro, but you know, the longer we wait, let's say he finishes all these fights by tomorrow, he only has about 48 hours to reroll. It's very unlikely, not only that he would get to level 95, which is where your levels stop contributing to your overall points, but then have time to farm up not the gear, which he already has, but the actual boss encounters. You know, it is a race, right? It is time gated. I'm sure if this was just like a regular event, lasted a month or two, sure, he would attempt it, but he just might not have the time. I think early on he thought maybe this would only take 5 days, and maybe he had time to reroll into another build, but no, just not the case at this point.
Yeah, this stumbling block of the Guardian map has proved so goddamn frustrating.
It's a full day nearly, right? Of grinding. Just can't find 2 maps.
He had intentions of using that 6-link, the 6-link Soul Mantle that he gambled into earlier.
Yeah. It's just
unfortunate. The characters are generally level 97. Some of them might be 98. Anything above 95 doesn't matter as far as points are concerned. But, you know, there's a lot of grinding that has to happen past that, even just to get the bosses, as Steel Mage can tell you. And in that process, given it's hardcore, you're not going to die, ideally, so you'll gain XP. And a couple levels certainly doesn't hurt with getting these boss fights done.
And to answer Tobias Grimm's questions, so to see the level on the ladder, which I'm going to pop up here, because I know it isn't immediately obvious, you have to hover over, if it loads here.
It's taking its time, yeah. There we go. On my end, at least.
Not on mine. Oh, there we go. So if you hover, let's say, just take Darky as an example, 111 points. If you want to see how that's broken down, you hover over, and it says 95, which is the max level contribution. But the first line says level in brackets 97. So that's how you actually see the current level of that character. And I'm happy to go back, but I just wanted to help. Like, we do have all these things in this tool. It's an amazing tool, Nip and Phaedron, so hopefully, you know.
I think our camera's in the way.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. So yeah, if you hover over the point total, you can see the actual level is shown just to the right. You can only get max 95 points, but yeah, you can see level 97. Yeah, my face, yeah. My bad, guys. My bad. Alright, we can go back to some live content. There you go, guys.
And I think Maven and Uber Elder have yet to be slain by anyone still. They are still standing, right?
Yeah, no one has killed Uber Elder or Maven either. No.
Yeah, Uber Ziri was brought down by Lighty.
Again, on his currently dead character though.
Mm-hmm. So he would have to do it again if he wanted to surpass it and get maximum points. Yeah.
And I think 83 has 83 Cyrus been done? 83. I know we've seen like Cyrus being killed like for some bounties, but I level 83.
I thought one of our gladiators did that.
Maybe.
But I'll check. I'll scroll through the ladder.
Did Hajeed get it down?
I thought so. Yeah, I'll look.
Yes, he did. He did.
Yeah, I think that is the only kill of it, though.
Yeah.
There's not been a lot of Cyrus attempts. I don't think that's due to Cyrus being like the big bad threat of the event. He's not easy. He's not a pushover. But I wouldn't put him at the very top of the list. I think it's more just Cyrus has
accessibility.
Checks, like you really want the corrupting blood immune jewel, ideally, and also I don't know. The other things will give you more useful rewards.
Agreed.
Like we were talking about earlier, why you might go for Formed first, and you get those Maven points, which enable things more easily for the other goals you want to achieve. Cyrus doesn't really have that unless you have a Cyrus unique that would help enable your build. Carve, actually, before his Untimely Rip, had done a Sires fight already and was planning on doing more because I think he needed either a Thread of Hope or the helmet. I don't remember which.
And I misspoke before. It has to be an Awakener 8 or 9 kill, not an eye level 83. My mistake. And Huwu did end up killing it at 84, but the singing and all that stuff was done at a lower level.
That didn't need to be at the highest level. So Huwu ended up doing quite a few.
3 or 4, yeah. Which means his Atlas progression was. Hey, I mean, look, we've seen players kill Awakener like on day 2 or day 1, like the maxed out one, but still in the Gauntlet event to do it that quickly is pretty damn impressive. Tall man is too tall for the face cam.
I think they mean me.
They mean, yeah, because you have like less grounds down. I've had to actually lower my chair to get this beautiful fridge in. It was all I had to change the whole desk thing. It's a lot of effort. But thank God that I got the sponsorship. It's wonderful that Red Bull is able to support the cast and you and I specifically. It's really, really cool.
Yes, this cast is sponsored by Red Bull. We are here because of their generous support. And if you guys are enjoying the event, then please do make that known in things like Twitter, Discord, wherever.
Yeah. It's just awesome to have another like really mainstream sponsor come into the Path of Exile community and take it seriously, and we can have a really frank and open discussion with them. It's not always easy to do to find sponsors, and I have to applaud Ziz and Viro for just putting in so much work offline with these guys. I know I'm sort of like harping on it, but it is a ton of work. Like we're talking like weeks and months of planning for these types of things. And
it's a good sign for the PoE racing scene. You know, if you guys like these kinds of events, you should be excited to see larger sponsors like that taking notice, and you know, sponsorships in general. It's what makes this kind of thing run. It's what makes it tick.
Exactly. And even if you're not trying to push rank 1 and get cash prizes, like there are a lot of physical goods that are just require levels, which I'm going to pop on the screen.
Hey,
there you go.
Segway master.
Easy segue. Take our face cams off as well. These are available for anybody. They are gated solely behind character level. They are, yes. So reaching level 50, you can be entered in a draw to win one of 10 Gauntlet t-shirts. Reach level 61, $200 food delivery prize. Get your grub on, guys. Reach level 70, there's a glorious bundle, which is a GMMK keyboard, Model O, XSL, and an XXL mousepad. Level 80 actually might be my favorite prize, outside of the $3,000 PC. The Gauntlet CPU backplate. You can flex on all your friends if you're playing Path of Exile, and it's like kind of like a one of one. I think only the last Gauntlet had one too, but they are pretty damn unique. You can't just go get those things. And the big one brought to us by Artesian PC, who was in chat yesterday, bringing us some amazing content. The $3,000 custom PC build. Finally, mudflats can be viewed in high def. Microtransaction rewards, of course. There's some MTX rewards. You can flex yourself in-game when you're at the Oriath before you hit the hideout button. There's 300 Midnight Pact mystery boxes if you reach level 50. Level 60, there's 10 portal effects. 70, there's some weapon effects. 80, the cloaks. And level 90, the full armor sets. And you gotta thank Shopify Rebellion for all this. They sponsor the entire event. And they match the prize pool that is raised by the community, doubling up to $10,000 or $15,000. So thank God we have these sponsors. They've been amazing to work with. They've open communication, and they really understand Path of Exile and the gaming community as a whole. And it's really nice that even though the community raises the prize pool, they match it and double it up. It's pretty awesome to see that they would be taken seriously by some of these bigger sponsors. And
yeah,
I don't know, man. It's just really cool. I know that sounds like I keep saying it, but it just really is. Some of these big companies don't look at Path of Exile. They're just looking at, you know, your Fortnites or your League of Legends, stuff like this. And our humble game sometimes gets looked over, but not anymore. You know, we have Red Bull, we got Shopify, 2 amazing sponsors, and they're really great communicators too. So, just nice to be in conversation with them.
And yeah, the rewards that we just showed there were rewards that are meant to be something that, you know, somebody who maybe has a day job and doesn't play the game for a living is capable of grinding out and getting done within the scope of the 10-day Gauntlet event, which is why they cap out at level 90. You know, if you want to participate and push for more than that, be our guests to start leveling to 95, kill some bosses, reach depth 300, and push a ladder. There's cash prizes available in every single class, and an overall cash prize for a bounty for whoever wins first place. provided by Lighty and his community.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to push beyond 90, there are incentives to do so, but the ones we just showed were incentives designed specifically for people who don't have the time, ability, however, whatever is in the way. We don't have the ability to push to
100 or
in their class.
I mean, it's also just it's nice that you can level multiple characters up as well. So I know you, Octavian, you already have one level 90, but you're going to level up another to have 2 chances at those draws.
I sadly ripped on my second level up.
Oh, damn.
Since it wasn't live at the time, or else I would review my own rip on stream. But the long and short of it is, don't get hit by Izaro's wind slash. That's the whole
No kidding.
the whole analysis of the rip. But I do have my single level 90 character, so I've punched my ticket, and the other character was level
Awesome.
70 something. So I guess technically I'm entered in some more MTX drawings too.
Well, and so and the keyboard, mouse, and
Oh really?
yeah, it's
Okay.
80 for the GPU plate and level 90 for the PC. So you at least have 2 entries for most things, and then 1 for the PC and the full armor sets. So good luck to you.
I'm happy with that.
I mean, as of right now, there's only a few hundred, I think, level 90s.
It was 260 yesterday, last night.
On page 7. Yeah, so there are right now, currently, level 90. So this guy might not go. So there's roughly 341.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a lot more people playing it safe. Look, guys, if that is your goal, stick in white maps, maybe low yellows. Don't roll your maps with alks or even making them magic unless they're free mods. You can slowly grind up over several days or even over the 10-day event. I know we're nearing the end of it, but maybe good luck for next time. And engage in this content. It's pretty damn cool. That is technically accessible to everyone. I know it's not easy to get to level 50 or get to level 90, but it is a nice goal to set yourself, right? Yeah. Really, really cool. I keep saying that, but it's very exciting to me that, like, the game that I love and I've spent like years and years on, right? 6 years as a part of this community, nearly 7, maybe even 7 years actually, and seeing it grow from, like, you know, a couple thousand players at a given moment logged on to that literally millions of individuals that can log on now from across the world. We have servers in Japan. We added Korea as well. You know, it's just so damn awesome that we can now put these events on and just celebrate together as a community to really push ourselves in content that maybe makes us feel uncomfortable because it's really hard. But, you know, like we even have people in chat like the Oddlog who this is their first league. Forget Gauntlet, they're the first league ever, and we've been following his progress over the last 7 days, slowly grinding up. So I don't know, it really warms my heart to see the community grow like this, and I'm so happy we're a part of it, Octavian.
Content window opening for Rise. I think he's doing it at Zizaran on Herald of Agony Juggernaut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited.
Me too. I'm happy you caught it too, because I was getting all touchy feely.
It's okay. No, I agree entirely. It's like
just get me in the feels.
Seeing the growth of the community over the last few years has been really, really cool.
Wait, are we getting a South African gateway soon?
I saw a Reddit post about it.
Oh my god, that's awesome. That's fantastic. I have a lot of friends in South Africa, or at least a few friends, because I have some family down there. So I'm not sure they play Path of Exile, but now they can, at least without 400 ping. Awesome.
I don't know all the specifics. I would go check the Reddit post for that if you're interested. But
hey,
yeah, we've got live. It's Ziri fight.
I'll take a rumor, but yeah, this fight is very scary. For those that don't know, you really don't want to kill one then the other, which is the typical strat you see in a softcore or just a trade league environment. The enrage mechanic on them is insane, so after you kill one, the other one does get powered up. And in Gauntlet, that's kind of turned up to 11, because everything is just hits harder and is faster and everything, and we're going to see Rise take them down really smoothly, both at the same time, which is perfect play from him.
Yeah, well done. Onwards and upwards. I just want to watch this full run.
So do I. Oh no, yeah. Well, what's in the full run? Come on, of course. It's Rise finally engaging with the endgame content. Obviously, it's like day 7. He doesn't have the luxury of sort of waiting anymore. But he's had some unfortunate rips, so it's nice to see that he has come back and he's able to. Oh, I mean, a lot of projectiles coming out.
Yeah, there's not been that many boss kills on the Marauder ladder. I mean, we just saw Fightgar grab the Elder kill, and I'm certain Fightgar is capable of Ziri as well on that build if he wanted to. But Rise could still snag a 2nd or 3rd place position on Marauder with a couple relatively easy key boss fights and grinding out another 8 levels or so in this build. 8 to 10 levels.
And
Like it's not end of day yet for him for sure.
No.
He is going in a little low DPS to this fight though, but with the sniper's mark, he's able to focus down the correct boss first.
Predator.
And these other two should simply just be a matter of kiting it out. This is the advantage of the Storm brand variant over something like Cyclone or Rain of Arrows or whatever else you might be able to use to stack Virulence, as you have the ability to just run around and kite.
Typically, in the Azuri fight, for those who are unaccustomed to the fight, you want to kill the girl in the middle first. She just gets really out of hand with the more enraged mechanics. So, and then you want to kill the Berserker, which is the two-handed guy, second, and then leave the Cyclone guy for last. That's the typical order. So if you are having trouble with that fight, hopefully that does help. There also is a cool little factoid about this fight. This is one of the only places in the game where you can semi-target farm an item. It does have a higher... So Rumi's Concoction, the flask that's been nerfed, I think it feels like every patch for the last 7 years.
Still good.
Still insane. Still super strong. Does actually have a higher drop rate chance there. I mean, it's only significant if you're running thousands of Idzeris or hundreds of Idzeris. But it is kind of cool that there is this very, very mild weighting for that item there. And I'm not sure why. Maybe it's probably a lore thing, but it's kind of cool.
I wasn't aware that was a thing, so I don't know why.
Yeah, it's something like it's very mild, but it is actually a noticeable difference. Yeah.
You know something interesting I've seen on the topic of roomies though? Pathfinder's using Calm's roots and replica roomies with the new enkindling orb or instilling or whichever one it is that gives like increased effect. You can get a lot of block. It is a ridiculous amount of block out of that. What did Rise say? I missed it. I was talking about weird Pathfinder tech.
No, I mean I can't listen, right? I'm trying to. Oh, in-game chat. Okay, I'm deadly focused on his.
I didn't see what it was. Sorry, I was watching the magnificent Marauder muscles.
For those curious as well, how his crawler is targeting specific enemies, he does have the prey/predator support, which lets you. I think it is on his F7 key, which is the first on his second bar there. It means his minion will specifically target whatever mob he clicks. So he was able to target which of the trio went down. Really nice.
And Edziri has Hex Reflection, not Curse Reflection specifically, so marks will not be reflected back to the player. But yeah, so the replica roomies tech, if you have Calm's roots on,
Signal Prey.
If you, oh, sorry.
No, that was it. Sorry, I said Predator Prey before. It's Signal Prey. I apologize.
All good. Yeah, but Rise eating a couple spears there. Gets through the clone phase. I mean, his DPS is nothing insane, but it does actually seem like it'll be enough for this fight. It's not like disgustingly low. He's getting through the mirror phases after like 2 or 3 ability uses, which is not ideal, but is doable. But yeah, the petrified effect on the replica Rumi's concoction is nullified by Calm's roots. So you can have a build that has 75% block on a button if you set that up correctly. It doesn't have 100% uptime though if you go with the enkindling orb strat, because it doesn't gain charges while it's down. But that's still a pretty darn powerful buff to have up even like half the time. I
mean, even if you're Pathfinder, you've taken like the like acro and phase acro. It's just nice to have like still, I imagine, 40% block or something like that, maybe even 50. Like that's really, really powerful.
Yeah, you could also enkindling orbit for duration in order to counteract the 1 to 2 second duration. It's very niche, but it is fairly usable in that setup. But back to the boss fight. The spear toss spam is trailing Rise as he dodges around, gets a vigilant strike up, doing his best to
keep those defensive layers up.
Yeah, there's a double flame blast. The Herald of Agony doesn't care though.
It is it is immune to damage. Yeah, very cool. Actually, his damage isn't looking too stellar. I don't want to rag on his DPS too much, but
no, it's not amazing.
I've seen a lot, and that, to be fair, Herald of Agonies never do insane DPS. It is about creating an incredibly tanky build that allows you to move around a lot, because you just slap down your Storm Brands and you can just focus on dodging. But yeah, hopefully he can get his DPS up a lot more. Maybe he's looking for, I don't know, Aziri Step Boots. I would doubt it, but
I think he's looking for the points to try and push the Marauder ladder,
or even trying to farm out his Uber Aziri fragments. Who knows?
The positioning on the crawler is also important, as you want to keep it a decent distance away from the enemy so it doesn't use its tail swipe, as you presumably have things like Vicious Proj linked, and the melee tail swipe ability will not scale off of that at all. So if it's in melee range to potentially use that ability, it is going to cut its own DPS down. So you don't want it right up against the boss, ideally. Its AI won't use the tail swipe very often, but even an occasional usage like right there is going to cost you some damage.
I mean, Rise just laughing there. She has like 1 health and triggers the immunity phase again. And this is his 4th one. Usually this is this is not this long of a fight, but you know, it's nice to see a different build actually do it. I actually really love the skin MTX, the MTX on his crawler. I really like the fiery crawler, the hot Cheeto crawler. Yeah, very awesome. The spiciest of crawlers.
Yeah, and you can see him purposely positioning the crawler off to the corner there to keep its AI doing the correct thing. And those are scary.
Yeah.
He's good. He's good. He got Ring, which again is the rarest drop and also probably the least useful.
Yeah, but does get the Mortal Rage, which is nice. Because even if you get multiple of the same fragment, what is nice is you can use Harvest to roll. To try and roll the other one. It's not even level 90, by the way, so yeah, it has a long way to go in its progression, so it's going to be an interesting couple of days for Rise.
That may be the last boss fight we see today, though, as I think
so.
We're just a few minutes out from closing time.
Yeah, I think in about 3-4 minutes we're going to start ending, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure, though, so far. I mean, Faked Octavians can before I end up.
What's wrong with my cam?
I don't know. I just gotta DM.
Do I need to change something?
I don't know. I thought it looked good. Am I wrong here? I'm definitely unaware of something going on.
Chat, is my camera screwy? How do I look, chat?
Oh, it's out of. Is it out of frame? I apologize, you guys. No, it's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, never mind. Whew, you had me worried there. I was like, for the last 4 hours, Octavian's been out of frame? Like, that's...
Excellent. Okay, good.
Oh, there's a... Oh, no, that's not a kill. That's his microphone in the top left. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and, like, damage-wise as well, Rise is still on a 5 link here, and he's not optimized his auras, according to chat. He's not swapped over to the Hatred EE setup yet.
Oh, no, you definitely
probably due to reservation issues.
Yeah.
So... there's a lot of room to grow here. I am doubtful of the build's ability to handle something like Uber Ziri, or definitely not Formed or Twisted, but I don't know if you're going to need to do those things to claim a spot at the top of the Marauder ladder. I don't think you will. I'm going to go so far as to say I really don't think you will need to do those things to claim a top 3 rank in Marauder. We'll see, though.
Yeah. Apparently I was... you were a little bit out of the frame. That's my mistake. That was going to be alright. But yeah, no, Rise has a long way to grow with his character growth, right? I mean, obviously, converting to Cold... Like, okay, so Hatred is very out of tune with every other aura in the game. Especially when it comes to minions in general. And just DPS in general. Because you do double dip if you start with a physical ability. So you're adding like 26-30% of your physical is Cold, which for a lot of builds might just be 26% more damage. Because they might not have any other added as Elemental. And then on top of it, you're multiplying all that damage by maybe another 30%, because it's like 30% more cold damage. So things just get like wild with Hatred, especially if you fully convert. So I'm not surprised that his chat is asking, telling us like, oh, like he hasn't converted yet. Just wait, it's gonna pop off soon. Just wait, guys.
And every single boss kill that I see from Steel that doesn't drop the map he needs just pushes me that 1 inch closer into the pit of depression. It's so sad.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's just I don't know. It's just hard to. It's hard to see, right? Because it's literally. I think it's literally just Eradicator at this point. I mean, you could be right. It could be Constrictor too, but if if it's 1 or 2, like that's so unfortunate. Like you have everything else set up, and you're like 13 to maybe 20 hours into farming this, and you just can't get them to drop. That just sucks.
He's doing everything he can to try as well. Like there's just not that many ways to leverage it, you know? Generally in Path of Exile, the way you deal with it is you find like a couple little things you can influence, like you change your Atlas passives or you target a certain master or something, but there's just not that much that influences this. Like he has the global passes assigned for more likely to drop, and he's doing rituals whenever he finds them because sometimes those will reward the Elder Guardian maps. I suppose you could run your heists that drop maps, but I've only ever seen those drop Shaper Guardians. I don't think I've ever seen one drop an Elder Guardian, but that's anecdotal evidence, so it's not, certainly not guaranteed that they can't.
Yeah.
But like, is that worth it though over boss killing? Because the boss kills probably have a much higher chance of giving you what you need. You don't really want to waste your time in a mechanic that is
a maybe
suboptimal.
Yeah, like it's a struggle. And the other thing is, right, he can't just blitz the map bosses over and over and over again.
Yeah, he needs to be able to actually sustain these
right?
maps. It's a thing he's got to worry about.
Exactly.
And he's skipping what he can. He's running as lean as possible, but there's a certain point where it's, you grind it down to the bone and you're not getting any map drops anymore.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks. But on that note, I wish Steel the best of luck, but I think that's actually us ending just now, my friend.
Yep.
Octavian, for those that don't know and can't read, because it's right under your channel, where can they find you? Oh, that.
Twitch.tv/Octavian0 is my Twitch channel, and I'm there pretty much every day but Sunday. And you can find me on Twitter on twitter.com/OctavianZilch.
Well, I mean, it's been an awesome day. I can't wait for tomorrow. I think we're going to have a ton of boss kills. Hopefully a lot of rips as well that we can analyze to death. And chat, it's been an absolute pleasure. You've made me laugh the entire time. You've entertained me as the caster, and that's a hell of a thing to do. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I will run a quick little ad before we go. But it's been an absolute pleasure, guys. See you tomorrow.
Hi there. I'm an advertisement. Nobody likes advertisements. What about advertisements with Zizaran in it? Nope. Guess I'll leave then. But not before telling you to go to shop.zizaran.com and buy a Gauntlet t-shirt to support everything we do with events. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying watching the Gauntlet. Shop.zizaran.com. Buy merch to support the Gauntlet. This is a threat. Don't sue me, but it's still a threat. Thank you. Nice.